the team. We gon' be hot, hot like steam. I just got the dreams. I know what you mean. It's all from me to the feet. I get 50 to my G.
Alright, you there? Can you hear me?
In years.
Okay, now.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to round 5 of the GSRC Endurance Championship. We're coming to you live from Road Atlanta in the United States of America. It is one of the trickiest tracks on the iRacing platform. It has an incredible section where you go through the first corner, you're into a really steep hill, and then you go back down the hill through a collection of S's which are almost all blind. You have to memorize the track just so that you can get through that bit without crashing, and I'm sure even with a reduced grid we're going to see some trouble going through there. It's a difficult track, and that has shown itself in the reduced grid here today. It's one that takes time to learn, and so there'll be a few teams that have decided not to participate just because they don't want to learn this track, or because they don't feel like they can get through it safely. My name's Liam Banks. Alongside me in the commentary box and providing the production is Sam Chapman. Sam, how are you going this morning?
Not too bad. Now you've joined, mate. I was a little bit stressed there for a moment. We're also not up on Facebook yet, but I'll get that working in a tick. It's just not come through yet. But that's why we've got about 4 different ways that we're streaming this at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get that going up as soon as we can. So I'll leave you to that, Sam, and I'll bring you more into the commentary once that's once you let me know that that's up. Yeah, no worries. Temperature is 27 degrees, track temperature of 80 degrees, air temperature, which is on the cool side, but expect that to increase as we go through today, because they're starting at 11 o'clock server time. So this is simulated to be 11 o'clock in Road Atlanta. So what you'll see is probably that temperature rise a couple of degrees throughout the 4-hour race, and that will bring the track temperature up a little, which could change the amount of grip out there. But what it means is those that practiced on a hotter track, they're going to have a wonderful time because they're going to have so much grip out there compared to when they were practicing. And I know for a fact that some of the guys and any of the girls racing, they practice on a harder track so that they're not surprised when they go out there by the lack of grip. Much better to go out there and be surprised by the grip that you do have and start driving to it than try and do what you did in practice and suddenly be all the way off the track into the barrier. On your screen is a list of the entries that we've had so far. Quite a few of these missing today even, not tonight, not night time. So used to doing the the broadcasts during the night. So yes, only 12 today, and they are on pole Brock Kelly for, and I can't read that because it's too blurry, so give me 1 second, people.
So, yeah, Brock
it is Breadline Racing.
Yeah.
Breadline Racing. And then we've got HTS Racing Yellow in second, Vermilion in third with Kenny Colmos. Daniel Shilcock puts Track Ticker Racing Blue into fourth place. Chris Henn has put Ilek Motorsport into fifth. Sean McLaughlin for HTS Racing Blue is in fifth. Chris Henn in sixth for Ilek Motorsport. Gregory Brooks for Track Ticker Racing Green in seventh. Brody Shepherd for Spyro the Lambo in eighth. Brett Barker for the Kidney Stone Brothers in ninth. And David Johnson for HTS Racing Red is in 10th. And then behind them, we have got a Australia-wide Racing. Yes, Australia-wide Racing with Matt Franklin in 11th, and HTS Racing Green in 12th with Stephen Thomas. Just doing their. Apologies for that. A parade lap. Yeah, you may have heard the comment about me not hopping on. I haven't slept past 9 in many years, and today, of all days, the one day I needed to get up was the day I was in bed until a few minutes ago, and I haven't even brushed my teeth. So there you go. That's how dedicated I was to getting back into the stream on time.
Goodness me. I was wondering, because usually I've got you a good 15 minutes beforehand.
Yeah.
And I was seeing no bars. And I'm not in a particular state to be leading commentary today on the lab, so
yeah, no,
I'm glad we got there in the end. Fortunately, with a smaller grid, we're able to get through that all pretty quickly. We can show up the standings in a tick, but given they're set for a start, we'll leave that for now.
Yeah, I'm quite thankful it was a rolling start with a nice long parade lap to give us a little bit of extra buffer. Interesting to note, if you when we see the cars coming through the start-finish track, which they will do shortly with the Breadline Racing car leading the way. If you look at the car in third place, the Motorsports entry, you'll notice it's actually a Pride entry. So if you look at that livery, they've changed it to a Pride livery to help support all those in the LGBTQ plus family, which is a really nice initiative from the Vermilion Motorsports team. So good on them for doing that, and they've taken that livery to third place, and we'll see if they can hold it there for the end of the race, because right now they have got Taxis Racing Blue right behind them. Is that right? Yes. Sorry, saying it's HTS Racing Yellow. Is that Todd Haynes? Yes, so, okay, they've got the position from there?
Yeah, so Todd Haynes lost a spot on the start, down to third.
Third.
Now, we often do see this, with a rolling start, right? Being in second is often worse than being in third, because you can just follow the lead car straight through. But we'll expect they've got pace, I believe. There's probably a good chance for us to have a quick look at the standings. Yeah, they've been quite dominant throughout this series, and Hayne, has had some incredible pace. So expect to see them make that back. But also good to see there's a little bit of jostling. They're going to have a little bit of competition today.
They absolutely will. And apologies for the confusion. My timing was not showing that, so there was a difference between my timing and the broadcast, which is why I was confused. as to what actually happened, because looking at the timing and what I was seeing on screen didn't seem to match that. Anyway, back to the live action. We got HTS Racing Yellow. They'll try and get that spot back with Todd Hayne. He's really putting the pressure onto Vermilion Motorsport. They are the closest two cars on track currently. There's a couple of other battles downfield. You've got Tactics Racing Green. They're defending from Tactics Racing Blue. So it'll be interesting to see if Tactics Racing Blue get on the blower and say, hey, well, we might be faster than you. Can you let us through? And you've got Ilek Motorsport right behind them. So that's there's a little bit of a train forming there. Spire the Lambo has fallen down 8 seconds behind the next car. So they've evidently come and stuck perhaps how they spin at the start of the race or had some contact. We'll have to see if we can find out what's happened to them. Just in the background of your screen there was a move going on between HS Racing Blue and Tactics Racing Green, I believe. But we didn't quite see what happened there. We're just going on to now with the Keynestone brothers with that distinctive red and gold livery. Half red, half gold. They just merged the two liveries of the two drivers, and I think the results actually quite spectacular there. I love that livery. And they are in 8th place currently. No, 7th place currently. You know what, I'm just going to delete my overtiming screen because that is just misleading me completely here today. It's about 40 seconds behind, I reckon.
40 seconds? Okay, that's good.
It's massively behind. It wasn't until you started explaining that Vermilion Motorsports had got ahead that it switched over to show me they've got ahead. So I'm just deleting that page and I'm going to go completely off the broadcast. And we've got Breadline Racing still in the lead with Vermilion Motorsport second, HTS Racing Yellow still defending, so they haven't got past yet. Vermilion Motorsports, well, we're hoping that they never get past. We're looking now at Keynestone Brothers Racing. They've got Tactics Racing Green behind them in a nice distinctive green livery, and then HTS Racing Red behind them with the HTS Racing cars. You can tell which one it is. They all have the same livery. They've all got that sort of blue livery with the green highlights in the pattern, but the colour of the wheels is different. So if you look at that, you can tell which one it is, because at some point two HTS Racing cars are going to stop battling, and it might be when HTS Racing Blue catches up to HTS Racing Yellow, who just cannot get past the Vermilion Motorsport entry, running the distinctive Pride Round livery, which is lovely to see. But not getting past yet, because it's hard to overtake over at Atlanta.
Yeah, and it was having a peak on that outside of the first corner, but that's a risky one through there. It doesn't take much to get sent off and straight to the pits. So tricky little track, which part of why this one is a 4-hour, because heading around here for 8 hours could actually quite hard work. There's a lot of places you can slip up, particularly through that first sector there.
Absolutely. I mean, doing a normal length race around here can be quite hard work, particularly if you haven't spent the time to get to know the track and know the car around the track as well. It's not one of those tracks where you think, oh, I know the track quite well. Even if I don't know the car, I can just rock up and get around it and, get competitive win a couple of laps. It's a difficult track. You really need to know how your car's going to handle through that first corner as it suddenly goes into a really steep incline. How fast can you go through there and have the incline just help you get around the corner and make it? We're going to watch what happens to Spire the Lambo here. Oh!
I have a sneaking suspicion. Oh, God. Gee, they did well to avoid him there. That
They
was
did.
so close. Let's just have a look from the chopper, because I reckon he's got a little bit of grass there.
Surely. Oh, so they hit the curb on the entry. Hit the curb on the entry, and that's just unsettled the Lambo.
Oh, gee. They had just enough room both sides. That was very quick thinking. Well done, guys.
Yeah, very glad that both those drivers managed to get through. Not so glad that Brody's managed to spin it on the as they start the race, but they'll have plenty of time to recover. That's one of the beauties of 4-hour races. If you've got pace, even if you do make a mistake, as long as you do the rest of the race clean, that you can make that time up. And they've already gained 2 seconds on HTS Racing Green since that mistake, and I imagine surely they've got a bit of damage. So that's a good effort from Brody to get through there. Particularly noting that they'd only qualified in 10th, so that it's not like Brody. The Spire the Lambo team's got much pace so far. Hopefully those that were a bit slower in qualifying will be able to gain some pace throughout the 4 hours. One of the other good things about the endurance racing is you really do get to learn the track and the car over time. So if you haven't put in as much practice as other people, you can you've really got time to improve your pace as you're going, as long as you can do so without crashing, because that is one of the typical things you see from sim races. Is when they start looking for extra time, they find out that it's not there, and they find out by crashing. So fingers crossed, anybody that is gaining speed is doing so naturally, just from learning the track, learning the car, feeling comfortable, and not trying to learn the track. And this is the first corner that we're talking about. See how it's a really long right-hander that goes up the hill, and then this is the crest of the hill, and you've got this right-hander here that's going over there with that beautiful camera angle. It's blind. You really can't see that. You really just have to know where it is, know what speed you have to take it, because it's a really tricky corner, and get it. And if you get it wrong, you end up cutting the grass, you end up spinning. It's awful when you get it wrong, but when you get it right, it's a wonderful thing, because it's just like a roller coaster going down that section. I will point it out next time we get there, because right now we are not going to get away from this battle, which is I Like Motorsport trying to get past Tractis Racing Blue. They got on the inside here.
And this has been the most unbelievable battle. They've passed each other about 6 times independently. This is only the end of that battle. They've been doing this for the last 5 minutes and keeping it very clean, these 2 Lambos. As well, in third place, Haynes just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:18.13. And he's right on Konomos's tail too.
He has been the entire race, just not able to find a way past. Going to go for it into first corner, no. Kenny Konomos just having too much pace there, taking a nice wide sweeping line, and it's not enough of a braking zone for the HTS Racing Yellow entry to be able to get past Todd Hayne. No, if anyone's going to be able to find a way past, Todd Hayne is one of the people you would bet to find a way past. He is one of the fastest people in the GSRC, and he's shown it across multiple series.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kenny Konomos, also no slouch. He's also a name that when you see him racing, he tends to be towards the front.
Yeah, but they'll be patient. They know it's a 4 hours still. It's not the longest race in the world, but there's still plenty of time to go. It's no sprint. So they'll be taking it easy, so they don't end up in the walls here, which you can.
You do wonder if it was a GT3 race, just like a standard length one, whether he would have gone for the move already, and whether it is, like you said, just it being an endurance race, knowing that it's got plenty of time, that he's just waiting to have a 90% chance and not go for the 70% chance that may have shown up.
Fuel maybe too. Although, gee, ooh, that was tight. He just pulled that up in time, and well done as well by Konomos just to hold his line there and keep it together. These boys are racing very close, and now you've got McLaughlin from HTS Racing Blue right in the rearview mirror too. So one Verminion versus two of the HTS boys, all BMWs as well. So it's interesting to see. The BMWs have been quite a stalwart of this endurance series. I haven't seen them show quite as much up in other series, but our endurance series seems to be dominated by BMWs at the front, except of course Red Lion Racing in the Porsche today is out 4 seconds ahead with Brock Kelly.
Which is a fantastic effort. Of course, it's being helped a little bit by the battle between Vermilion Racing and HTS Racing Yellow. You suspect HTS Racing Yellow would have the pace if they can get past, just judging by the fact that they haven't left the bumper of Vermilion Motorsport since the start of the race. It's been 10 minutes now, 8 laps in, and I don't think the gap's been larger than half a second, for anything more than half a second. But he just can't get past, and that's they're battling as well, so that's letting Breadline Racing get away a little bit and build that 4-second gap. He's going around the outside this time. No, it's going to go for the up and under. Not going to be able to get through. He's got a bit more pace through here, but there's no overtaking around the top of this hill. And as we've seen, overtaking into first corner, it's not a big braking zone, so it's really hard to get any overtaking done at the first corner. He has managed to take that wider line. That has been the favourite of Vermilion Motorsports up until now. Going to try and carry more speed through. Surely not at the top of the hill. No, not going for it at the top of the hill. Oh, he's got a better run through there, though. He's going to go round. Oh, I tell you what, that is...
Oh, he holds the inside.
Brave! He's done it. That was a fantastic move. Getting alongside just after the crest of the hill, as they came down, you saw the Vermilion Motorsports entry not carry the optimal amount of speed through that second corner into that section, and it just allowed HTS Racing Yellow to get around the outside, which then became the into the next corner. HTS Racing Blue off in the background. They've kept it out of the wall, have they? Yes, they managed to scrub off a bunch of speed on the grass, and now just recover safely. Now it's going to put them behind Tractis Racing Blue and I Like Motorsport, who are continuing their magnificent battle. And they're side by side once again. Absolutely wonderful. Going down this straight. Let's have a look what happens here. So the next corner, next tight corner, I should say, that's actually worthy of the name, is a left-hander. So you've got Tactics Racing Blue have the upper hand here, even though I Like Motorsport have just about pulled ahead. You'd expect that to reverse through this corner. I Like Motorsport trying to go around the outside, so they have the inside for this corner, get on the curb, unsettles the car, managed to keep it. They're going to be on the inside through here. As long as they've got that wheel alongside, which I think they do, they're going to be in a prime spot when they get to first corner. It's going to have the inside. That should be job done, unless Tractis Racing Blue can do the magnificent, go around the outside. No, they've yielded. They're going to sit in behind, save some fuel, and let I Like Motorsport finally take that position. That was wonderful racing. You see how long it takes to make a overtake around here, just because the track flows so right. It's always left followed by right, followed by left, followed by right. It's really hard to get a definitive move done. There isn't like that typical 90-degree left or right hander where you can just sort of push them out to the edge and make sure when you're on the inside that you get the job done. There's no corners like that here. You have got to battle and battle and assert your dominance throughout multiple corners if you want to get a conclusive lead. Are we live on Facebook, Sam?
Well, good news is we actually have been live on Facebook the entire time. My software actually worked. I think I finally worked out how to use it. So, no, it was a false alarm. We're live all over the place on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook.
And even better because all the cars are on the screen.
Exactly. So, let's have a look as well. Back to a couple. Let's see where what happened to McLaughlin there before. Oh yeah, so just got a slapper on. Had to save it, and just desperately feathering that throttle, trying to keep it out of the wall. Does a good job to do that, but then is now trying to re-enter in quite a difficult location. Done it right there though.
Yeah, it did well. The car behind, is that another? Yeah, it's another HS Racing car. So obviously they'd been warned that he was off track, and he decided to keep it sensible there, not use all the track, not go all the way onto the curb, and just leave a little bit of a margin in case his stable mate came back on the track. Interesting to see Tactics Racing Green going for a pit stop.
Yeah, so he's shown an off track, so I'm assuming there's a little bit of damage here. This was one. Ooh. Right. So that looks like it's already got a little bit of damage though, and there was it did have an issue earlier on. Let's see if this is part of their problems too. Oh yeah, oh that'll do it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's a hefty shot.
Gee, it's a wonder that's still going. I guess the engine in the back. You know, maybe one of the Beamers would have struggled more out of that, but okay, that's unfortunate. Hopefully, gee, being this early, it's almost certainly going to add an extra pit stop to their day. But yeah, have you done any sort of looking at pit stops? Is it sort of roughly that expected hour that we've seen at most of the other tracks this season?
I haven't done any looking at it this time round. I had no intention to drive in this round, so I haven't done any dedicated practice. Took the GT3 around for like a lap or two, but that's about all I could do. So yeah, I don't know how long the fuel is, but as you said, at every other race, it's been around the hour mark, give or take 5 minutes. You got to imagine it's the same here. It's not a particularly intensive track as far as fuel goes. Okay, you got the going up the hill, which is obviously going to swallow you full. But that whole downhill section, the whole of that second half of the first sector is not going to use much fuel. You're more just holding on for dear life and hoping that you get through without going off the track. And then so you get a healthy amount of the track off throttle, or at least with not a heap of throttle. So yeah, I can't imagine it's going to be too intense, so intense that it's anything far from that hour mark. But we'll find out in about 45 minutes time when the car's coming for their first pit stops. And after the cars are coming for their first stops, somewhere between an hour and a half mark, that'll be when we'll take a break for the stream, just like we normally do for the longer races. And then we'll be gone for about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, and we're back for that last hour of the race. Maybe an hour and a half, and the post-race show for any drivers that want to come up and have a chat. And the post-race show for any drivers that want to. Smaller pool of drivers to come up and have a chat that we have had the last few races, which is a little bit disappointing. But still, 12 teams. If each team's got 2 to 3 drivers, you're looking at around 30 drivers involved, which is would be healthy in any other series. It just doesn't look as healthy here because it translates to 12 cars. But next round is 8 hours of Bathurst, and I'll tell you what, they will come out from the woodwork for 8 hours of Bathurst. I dare say that will be a packed grid, a bunch of people coming out for the only time in the championship, and that will be absolutely spectacular. Anything at Bathurst is always popular, being an Australian focused group, and yeah, I don't think that'll be any different. We're watching now this battle developing between HTS Racing Blue, Kidney Stone Brothers Racing, and HTS Racing Red. Kidney Stone Brothers in a HTS Racing sandwich, and they are the filling. It's red and gold, so I think that's some nicely grilled chicken and some tomato sauce in the middle of their blue bread. So I'd probably question whether that bread is mouldy or not. Judging by the deliveries, I'll stretch this as far as it can go. But what we have got is Kidney Stone Brothers only 1.4 seconds behind HTS Racing Blue, and HTS Racing Red only half a second behind them. So HTS Racing Red looking to put on the pressure. But if Kidney Stone Racing Brothers can just make a second on the car ahead, which is a tall order, these HTS Racing guys, no matter which colour they are, they're always quick. If they can make that time up, that would help them defend. And who knows, they may be able to get ahead and put HTS Racing into the awkward position of having friendly fire of blue against red.
Yeah, absolutely. Boom Motorsports was asking if we could go on board with Tom, but that was what, now 10 minutes ago. But we can do that anyway. Let's do a lap around with HTS Racing Yellow, our championship leaders, as they pass a car on the outside there. I believe that might have been Brooks, who's already gone through the pit lane. Third Traffic's Racing Green. As we come up on this back straight, the longest straight on the circuit, going into the chicane, which is really probably the best overtaking point, given it comes straight after this straight, and it is a very, very heavy braking zone starting at the end of this hill. Sounded like he was lifting off there, maybe saving a little bit of fuel. It might be a bit questionable as to whether you hit, a 3 or a 4 stopper, if he's going to be doing that. But yeah, around here through the start line, should be flat out, but can feel a little bit sketchy. This corner, very tough going round it, easy to push it a little bit too far, and there's not too much curve to play with on the outside, and this one is completely blind. You've just got to get a rhythm in place to get that one right, and just hop over it, not get that slow down, but also not go too wide. You lose heaps of time. This one, another rhythm corner. You can take this right out wide over the curb, as they love to do on American tracks. Just use all of that track, and then these 2 corners, you can take a lot of speed into this corner because it's heavily banked, and this one can be a bit deceptive. You can't, because it is quite off camber. It's quite the opposite. But a very important corner going onto this back straight to set this up.
Yeah, and this is where we started the onboards, the approaching the chicane. And thanks for taking us through that, Sam. Wonderful opportunity to get on board and go around a lap, and you can just see what we've been talking about in commentary, how blind it is when you go over that crest for the second corner of this track, how difficult that sweeping uphill right-hander is to start off the lap. Even this section can be quite difficult, particularly once the tyres are getting worn, because you've got that cab, it's got that relief change going downhill, fighting the back end of the car, trying to get it to step out. And you really need to be aware of that. It's one of those corners that at the start can be nothing. You can not barely think about it. It can be fairly easy, but once the grip's gone, once the rears are starting to complain, all of a sudden corners like that can become quite treacherous. As we're going to replay what's happened here. So this is Tractix Racing Green.
Tractix Racing Green having a difficult day so far. So this is where we saw Hayne actually go past him right when he came into a very dangerous place to be there too. At least you can sort of see that he's there, but they take a lot of speed through there and don't leave a lot of room for a car to be on the outside.
And he is, as you can see, he's out of position. Having made the early pit stop, he's now a lap down on the leaders. So he's currently sat in between Vermilion Motorsports and ILEC Motorsports on the track. Thankfully, that's a healthy 8-second gap, so he should be under no pressure from behind for at least a little while, be able to get his rhythm back before any more of the front runners come up behind him to overlap him and ruin that rhythm for him a little bit. So hopefully he can get back on track, get some rhythm going, and get that recovery going so that the next 3 hours and 40 minutes they can get something out of it rather than a last place finish. Spider Lambo, they've completed their recovery from 6 seconds down at the end of lap 1. They're now within a second of HTS Racing Green, who are 13 seconds behind Australia Wide Racing Pink. So I think HTS Racing Green came and must have come and stuck at some point. Not sure whether that's pure pace or just whether there's been a mistake there. Then you've got a bunch of cars all that are quite close to each other. So Australia Wide Racing Pink, they're within 4 seconds of HTS Racing Red, who you've got on screen right now, putting the pressure onto Keystone Brothers. Don't need to tell you that gap. You can see how little that gap is right now. They are 3.2 seconds behind HTS Racing Blue. So before I said about the sandwich and question whether Keystone Racing could make the gap to HTS Racing Blue, it's been the opposite. HTS Racing Blue have cleared off. They've opened that gap by another 2 seconds, and now they have just overtaken Tractix Racing Blue. So Tractix Racing Blue are ahead of this battle. They're in 6th place and 2.6 seconds up the road. They are right behind HTS Racing Blue. Expect that to change as HTS Racing Blue have just got past, which is usually an indicator that HTS Racing Blue has more pace than the car they've just overtaken. So they'll be looking to get up the road and start approaching ILEC Motorsport. So they're 5 seconds behind ILEC Motorsport, who are 9 seconds, well, 8.5 seconds behind Vermilion Motorsport, who really made 3rd place their own. They were battling for 2nd, trying to hold off HTS Racing Yellow at the start of the race. Just able to do it. HTS Racing Yellow have managed to build a gap, and then they are chasing down Breadline Racing. We questioned whether Vermilion Motorsport are holding up HTS Racing Yellow and them two battling was just letting Breadline Racing get away, and perhaps showing that gap in an unfair light. They've managed to hold that gap since HTS Racing Yellow has got past, so they've still got a 4.7 second lead, which indicates that either that's the true pace of both of those cars, or Breadline Racing are matching their pace to the car behind just to make sure they've got a healthy buffer of a few seconds just in case there is a small off track or something like that.
Absolutely, and my little error checking to make sure the chat's working. All well and good now. Has been successful, so that's good. So yeah, let us know if there's anyone in particular you want to feature on the broadcast. I think we have the opportunity to give everyone a fair bit of airtime today, given the smaller grid. I'm secretly a little bit thankful that it is the smaller grid, given how the PC's been performing with larger grids, and touch wood, it's holding up so far. But these two still putting on some great racing too. Motorsports earlier, they also commented, don't know why they're racing like it's a sprint race, and particularly that those two Lamborghinis that were racing, they were just back and forth. That was real sprint race sort of racing. But also the two HTS Racing Yellow and that other HTS car that fell off, unfortunately, with the Vermilion Motorsports entry that's sitting in 2nd was a very punchy race. I think Hayne in that HTS Racing Yellow car was getting concerned that Kelly was just pulling away too much of the lead sitting behind, but sitting in 3rd place.
Yeah, I think part of the reason drivers are getting perhaps racier than we'd expect for an endurance race, is because it is difficult to overtake around here. So they may not trust themselves to sit behind the car ahead and get the overtake when they need to, when it's strategically beneficial, and perhaps thinking that any opportunity they have to try and take it because it's just really hard to overtake around here. We could also be seeing that with less cars on track, the pace gap between some of the cars that are battling on track being a bit larger than normally would be when you've got more cars, and hence a more gradual step change in performance between each car. And so perhaps feeling they need to get past because they got the pace. And also, it was interesting you noted about when we're on board with the HGS Racing Yellow entry, which has had a incident, a Fulham Hard Vermilion Motorsport, while we were talking.
Yes. So that's what because I was thinking that as I was talking about it, I said, oh, how are they 7 seconds down? Which is why I went to the pit graphic. It looks like lap 20, he's lost 11 seconds, so he went off track. Let's see what's happened here.
This is Todd Hayne for HGS Racing Yellow coming over the hill. The blind right-hander. Oh, oversteer.
Oh.
City into the barrier.
So have some damage from that too.
Surely.
That's very disappointing. Okay, so they've got a bit of work to do now. He'll try and keep that on the road to make sure they don't actually have to do an extra pit stop. But you would imagine that will be slowing him down. We'll have to have a look at what the times are this lap. As you can see as well, Kelly is the class of the field right now. Lap 19 was a little rougher, but outside of that, it's all red for Hayne and Connor Moss behind. Connor Moss looking like 3 or 4 tenths a lap down generally. Hayne generally a bit closer on pace, probably a couple of tenths faster there, but now 7 seconds behind the Vermilion entry, and the Vermilion entry is 9.5 seconds behind Breadline Racing, that's just started from the front and pulled out a massive lead, partly thanks to these guys fighting so much.
Yeah, but definitely, they were fighting for a little bit to the beginning, but they've had a solid 10, 15 laps without fighting. And they weren't able to, even HGS Racing Yellow weren't able to close that gap, and then trying to close that gap, they spun at the top of the hill, which is really easy to do. We spoke about how tricky that corner is, and you just saw, because you go over the crest and you're suddenly going downhill, it just takes the weight off the back of the car. Really easy to oversteer at the top there. That's what we saw happening there. Line didn't look much different, so perhaps carrying just a little bit more pace than he had been previously, perhaps trying to take advantage of the slightly lower fuel loads that they'll have now compared to the start of the race, and just making a tiny miscalculation and resulting in a big incident into the wall head first, and we suspect picking up some damage. A 1 minute 18.3 last lap, still faster than the cars behind him, so any damage they've got will be limited in scope, but it might just mean they're unable to achieve their previous fastest time, or they might have gotten away with it, which would be very lucky, because that was an absolute shunt into the barrier. It was heavy. It was not what you'd want to see in a normal race. That would almost certainly have totaled the car, I imagine. But they may have gotten away with that one.
Yeah,
here today.
The lap afterwards was not any slower. Oh,
and
as we see this pass here with David Johnson, he's going to give a crack at this Ferrari. It looks like the Ferrari of Brett Barker went, I'm not going to fight this too hard, which is the smart thing to do. You don't really want to be on the outside of that corner because there is so much camber on the inside that you're just going to, and you'd be on the outside for the next corner as well, so you won't really hold it. But now he'll be able to follow along. He's still within 2 tenths and going into this big braking zone. Will he stay behind? Yeah, it does for now. Maybe able now to just sit behind, follow some fuel. Seems like him and Johnson have very, very similar pace with best laps at 19.06 and 0.12. All those ahead of them have best laps somewhere in the 18s. As well, Stephen Thomas has been passed by Brody Shepherd. So quick look.
So this is HGS Racing Green and Spyro the Lambo. Not sure why HGS Racing Green doesn't have the rest of the HGS Racing livery. Big dive down the inside, gets it done. Very definitive as well. I think HGS Racing Green let that happen.
I think so. Potentially, like with Jordan Malcolm on Monday, he is once again fuel saving going into that corner, just allowing it to go through, not putting up that fight.
and just how quick that gap increases as well. It makes you think that either there's something that's occurred beforehand and they decided that they should give up the position, that there's fuel saving going on, like you said, that's probably the most likely scenario, or just that they felt that they were losing time defending and wanted to let them get past, rather than try and defend them too hard, because if it's a endurance race and you've got a car faster than you behind you, they're probably going to get past. If that speed difference is anything more than half a second, so you tend to let them go, particularly this early on, and maybe only in the last stint will you defend like a lion, to put it into Fernando Alonso's words.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing is around here, they are their times are within quite a tight range. So Brock Kelly's just done the fastest lap of the race with an 18.1. Economos behind, his fastest lap is an 18.2. Hayne 18.1. And then it's back to Hen with 18.6, 18.3 for McLaughlin, and 18.7 for Schulcock there in 6th, and the Tractix Racing Blue, before you start hitting those early 19s. So there are a lot of guys quite within that pace. Hayne is right there on the pace with that Porsche as well. I would say Vermilion is maybe slightly off the Porsche, which is why they're slowly falling back. So it'll be interesting to see if over the course of this 3 hours, or 3.5 hours that's remaining, that HTS car can reel in the Porsche.
Yeah, and it's a shame that we don't have another Porsche to compare it with, so we really can't judge the relative strength of the Porsche compared to the rest of the field. We've got one Porsche, it's leading, and it's tempting to say that the Porsche is perhaps the favoured car for Road Atlanta, but that's just not enough data points for us to draw a meaningful conclusion. It could be that Breadline Racing are just absolutely driving the wheels off the thing, and the others haven't quite got the mastery of the cars. Or it could be that the Porsche is strong around here. It's evidently strong enough to be leading this race, but that doesn't tell us anything about whether it's actually stronger than the Beamer, the Lamborghini, or whether that is just, it happens to be in the best driver on the day so far, which is Gregory, which is
Yeah, I think Brock Kelly is obviously doing a good job in the Porsche. It probably does lend a little bit to a Porsche circuit. There are relatively long straights, but nothing super serious. You wouldn't call it a complete power track. And there are a lot of quite tricky sections for handling. So it could be a little bit of a Porsche track, but I can't see it being leaning heavily one way.
No, I can't see it leaning heavily one way or the other either. Apologies for that, needed to sneeze. However, what we're watching here is the only battle on track that is close. There's other battles on track, but they're not battles sort of in person. They're not side-by-side battles like we've got here between Tractix Racing Blue, HTS Racing Red, apologies, and Kingstone Brothers Racing, who are within half a second of each other. There are, however, other battles where you can see the gaps between the cars going down slowly but surely. HTS Racing Yellow, after their mistake, they were about 7 seconds behind Vermilion Motorsport. They're now just below 6 seconds behind, so no damage hampering their pace as far as we can tell, because they are reeling in Vermilion Motorsports at a relatively steady pace. They're not going to be there in a lap or two, but by the end of the stint, expect them to be back up the rear of Vermilion Motorsports unless they make a mistake. Here we've got HTS Racing Red, however, and they will have Kidney Stone Racing Brothers up their backside before the end of this straight. Probably not close enough to make a move going into the chicane, as you pointed out, one of the favoured overtaking spots, and perhaps the best overtake we've seen there, or at least the clearest was Sparrow the Lambo, who managed to make the overtake and also be clearly ahead by the end of the chicane. Most cars end up going side by side. They go side by side through here, and then the trickies are getting ahead through this section, carrying more speed onto the straight, which lets you get into the lead for this corner, or at the very least hold the inside line. But Kidney Stone Brothers not close enough to do that. Let's see what they're doing. They may just be sitting behind trying to save a little bit of fuel, although they did very deliberately there take a wider line. That could be for two reasons. Could be just shaping up more aggressively for the corner, and sometimes when you're behind the car ahead, you feel more comfortable when you're not directly behind them, when you're on a slightly different line, just in case the car ahead has a little bit of a wobble, spins, carries a little bit less speed, you've perhaps got a few more options to you for how to avoid that than when you are directly in their wheel tracks. And you don't want to get target fixation and just follow exactly what the car ahead is doing, otherwise you'll never overtake them.
Well, yeah, and that's true. It's sometimes okay in an enduro for a while, and if you can trust that person in front of you not to do anything themselves, because you'll find yourself going off track as well if they go on excursion. Yeah, I think he's probably willing just to sit behind for now, at least until maybe the pit sequence, which wouldn't be that far away. Although on pace he may actually be slightly quicker. He's just done his fastest lap of the race, Barker in the Kidney Stones Racing's entry, of an 18.89 and just done another 19.1. But then Johnson Ahead's just done his fastest lap of the race with an 18.93. So very close, these guys. Those top three too, running very close together. Brock Kelly's going in and out of being 10 seconds ahead of Economos in the Vermilion Motorsports entry there. Hayne was catching the Vermilion entry, but it does seem that that's slowed down a bit if we join those guys for a tick. Yeah, so very close on times between these three in the last few laps. Kelly's lead on pace seems to have either evaporated slightly or he's just taking a little bit easy. He did have an off track at one point, which maybe spooked him, and he went, well, I'm 10 seconds out, maybe I just need to calm this down a bit. But yeah, all these three guys quite close on time, so we'll see what happens in that pit sequence.
Yeah, maybe decided just to take off a couple of attempts, make it a bit more secure, because there's no need to push that out further than the 10 seconds has already got. And perhaps also realising that with HS Racing Yellow falling back behind Vermilion Motorsport, and Vermilion Motorsport generally being a tenth or two slower than HTS Racing Yellow, he can match his pace to Vermilion Motorsport and just keep that gap constant, rather than trying to keep the gap to HTS Racing Yellow constant, because so far HTS Racing Yellow have shown they've just got the edge on pace of Vermilion Motorsport, so they are theoretically the main competitors, even though they are in third place. But that difference in pace, I don't think it's as big as it was earlier in the race. Whether Kenny Economos has improved his pace a little bit, or whether it is HTS Racing Yellow not quite having the pace they had before their accident, after the accident, I suspect he's going to have a really hard time getting past Kenny Economos if/when he does catch up. That gap now down to around 5 seconds.
Yeah, well, they've not proven easy to pass. They were stuck behind with what looked like a pace advantage for quite a few laps there. And you could see the impatience in the car behaviour of that HTS entry. And that sort of ultimately, yeah, probably contributed to the accident they had in the end. I'm interested to know as well if they are holding any damage of any significance, whether that is slowing them down, and whether we'll see a faster car when they come back out of the pits. But the Vermilion entry holding its own nicely at the moment. As well, Clint, Brock would be quick here in a GT4 as well. I'm sure he would. Given a 10-second lead against some pretty fast guys this early in the race, I would imagine he'll be able to spin this around, spin most cars around here pretty quickly. And as well, yep, Ben, is awesome racing. Hopefully they get a bit closer again. It was quite good sprint style racing for an enduro to get started though.
It certainly was, and we just been talking about the lead battle, and we can get a first-hand view of that lead battle now, because we've been joined in the commentary box by Colin Nixon, one of the drivers for Vermilion Motorsports, currently on screen, currently sat in second, with Kenny Economos in the car. Connor, how's the race gone so far?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. It's been an eventful one, that's for sure. We didn't expect to get past the yellow car pretty early on, and yeah, it was quite interesting.
Yeah, that was a fantastic battle between the two of you. It took the HTS Racing Yellow entry a fair few laps to get past you after you took the lead off the line. How hard were you trying to defend? Were you really hoping to keep him behind, or in the end did you think, you know what, I think he's got a bit more pace, we'll let him go and see what happens?
Yeah, it was a bit of both actually. So yeah, I said to Kenny. Kenny's world famous, known for Gran Turismo, very quick, and you know. And I said to him, he hasn't done Gran Turismo forever. He went to Monaco for it actually as well. And I just said to him, go back to GT Economos, and yeah, he did his thing. And I just said, mate, just let him use up his tyres and see how good his racecraft is, basically. And no, it was good racing. I mean, yeah, there was a dive bomb that we were pretty scared about, but no, it was good racing. I said to Kenny, just you know, do your thing, mate, and yeah, he did his thing, and yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, it was certainly a teeth shy of that that dive bomb. We both sat here when it happened, and I think we're both a bit shocked when both cars got through it pointing straight. Because I was sure you were getting getting sent around there, which wouldn't have been great for you, but would have been interesting for us watching you come back through the field.
Yeah, I think Kenny and I were both clenching in the car. We were like, yeah, dive. And yeah, no, I mean, it was fair enough of a dive, but it was just, it was a bit scary from that point of view. But no, it's good. You know, it's good to be racing against these HCS guys again. Obviously, they don't do the GT3 series anymore, so it's good to see these boys back on track. You know, as usual, we've jumped in last minute, and yeah, these boys have put practice in, and you can tell. You know, but yeah, definitely been good racing.
At least one of the good things about that is, okay, you won't have the pace at the start of the race, but you might be might expect your pace to improve as each of your drivers that are driving today get used to the track, get used to the conditions, and sort of make up for that practice by getting that practice in now in a live racing condition. I assume you're racing. I assume you'll be in the car at some point today. Who else you got today?
It's just Kenny and I actually. I was supposed to do an Indy 500 today and practice for the supercar, but yeah, Ben was like, "Nah, mate, jump into the GT," and I was like, "Oh, okay." And yeah, no, only Kenny and I today. Everyone's been busy. Everyone's been flat out. We're trying to get championships ready and everything else in the back pocket of a million. And yeah, jumped in last minute as we always do. And you know, but it's good fun every time we turn up though. You know, and Kenny's amazing to drive with and really good teammate.
Yeah, you're going to be pretty even in pace, I imagine, as well, which bodes well for the rest of it. Well, I mean, we'll wait to see if the proof is in the pudding when you get into the car in a little while's time. We spoke a little bit earlier, and we were speculating, because neither of us have managed to get a full stint out of the GT3s here. Is the fuel lasting for about that hour marker like it has been in all the other races?
That's secret information, mate. I shouldn't tell you. Yeah, I think we'll be close to it. We'll be almost there. I think we might be able to do a few things that yeah, we might make it to the end actually. Not a one tank, but yeah, we got a few things up our back pocket or up our sleeve, as they say. But I think the goal today is just beat certain cars that we want to beat. Technically, we're not going for the HCS yellow or Brock. I think it's more going after the blue car because we're fighting the championship with them right now, obviously being in P2 and only 1 point in front, which has been an awesome championship so far. Wish there was a bit more people, I'm not going to lie. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a real shame given we've not quite reached 20 at any point in this championship, but we've certainly had above 15 for most of the races. So to drop down to 12 this race is definitely a bit disappointing. I'm hoping it's just the fact that it's Road Atlanta and it's a difficult track, and it's a track that a lot of drivers show a lot of respect for. So perhaps one where some of those teams that do tend to do minimal practice and just hop in thinking, oh, maybe with this one we won't. Because it takes a lot of skill to get around hit this track without any practice.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, yeah, I mean, with our Vermilion series, we did the 86s, and a lot of people turned up, but most of them were like, we put like a week or two practice in because they said it's such a hard and dominating track. It's always been one of these tracks that you really need to be on the edge to gain the time out of it. I mean, Kenny just did a 17.9, you know, which is just ridiculous lap times. Seems like when I shut up, he drives faster, which I think Ben would be laughing about. But yeah, I mean, I think we're here today just to put on the new livery. Obviously, we're running, you know, it's almost Pride Month, so we're running the new livery and having a bit of fun.
Yeah, I was wondering about the why of that. I wasn't quite sure what to say because I don't think it's Pride Month. I think it's Pride Month next month. So are they running it just because it's near? I was like, I'm not gonna say that, but I think that might be what's going on.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, well, obviously, when we want to support a great cause, obviously it's
Yeah.
next month, but the liveries just came out from RSW Graphics, which is one of our great sponsors, and the rest of them, I think we've got about 9 sponsors now, and yeah, RSW Graphics did the great livery, and we thought, nah, we'll support a good cause. We've got a lot of causes up our sleeve we want to do. There's a lot of ones we want to do and do a lot of fundraisers. So we might do a fundraiser in the future for Pride. But yeah, it's one of these liveries we need to do. It's good for the community, and yeah, it's good for the team too. I think it gives us a brand new livery. I love a white livery, so yeah, it's always good. And Ross from RSW Graphics did a great job.
Yeah, of course, it's great to showcase that Vanilla Motorsport is a safe place for anybody in the LGBTQ plus community that is looking for a team or just to feel like they belong in the sim racing community. Particularly, I think with racing, its history it's got a history as quite I suppose a masculine sport. You look at the archetype of a racing driver from the 60s, and it's smoker, girl on the lap, etc. So it might not be a sport that always shows itself to be the safest of places for members of the LGBTQ plus community. So where we can make a statement to show that it is a safe place, that's not where, doesn't reflect where motorsport is now, and that we are an inclusive place. We love getting people from any background involved because we just love cars. It's a good thing to show. And I'll just before letting you speak to that point, but I just want to point out Australian Ride Racing Pink have made a pit stop on lap 35. So they've pitted at around that 45-minute mark, which makes me think that they are committing to a 4-stop race with 5 stints, because that's quite early to be pitting. And we're now seeing HDS Racing Green in the pits, and I think these are the first of the scheduled pit stops.
Yeah, going back to that point, I think it's very inclusive. And I think even some people might not agree with the livery, but it's a month for inclusive. I think it's one of these people only sees it for that certain community, and I think it's a great cause just because everyone's inclusive, and all the boys loved the livery when they came out. They were like, "Yep, 100%, we'll rock it." We're going to be running it for Scops and all our events coming up, which is very exciting. And for myself, I'm in that community, and yeah, I actually got bullied about it not too long ago at all. And it's kind of one of these causes where we're like, yep, let's do it. We're gonna put ourselves out there because yeah, recently we haven't seen many liveries about it. There's an NZ community that we race in for the supercars. A lot of them have been backing the LGBTQ plus community, and it's been good. It's been really good. I think we've been, showing a lot of teams that you can run this livery, and bring a bit of power to to sim racing. It's a sport that we can really open it up a little bit because yeah, I think a lot of teams haven't been doing it, and yeah, we're one of the first teams to put ourselves out there, and I think it's a great cause.
Yeah, it certainly is a great cause. It's sad to hear that you've been bullied with it recently, which is incredibly disappointing and reflects poorly on those that did the bullying, certainly. And it's one of those things where I think sometimes people think, why do we need to talk about it? Because they just don't see it. Because you don't see it if you're not a member of the community and you don't perpetrate it. You might not see it, but it's alive. It's something that still goes on. The unfair marginalization of people in the LGBTQ plus community, and it's something that we still need to bring awareness to even in 2023 because it's still a problem and it's not going away anytime soon. When you've got some loud voices in the media that like to
We're about to get political.
I'm trying to think of a word. Yeah, trying to think of a word that doesn't start with S and end in hit on these kind of things. But this is why it needs to happen because it's still a problem in this day, and it's not something we want to see. So yeah, really nice, and we'll we'll move away from this topic now, and we'll get away from the away from the. Well, you say politics. I think they're human rights, and the human rights isn't politics. But anyway, that's enough from me on this. Otherwise, I will end up on a rant. So.
Not yes. Too easy. But yeah, that's the livery we're rocking this whole month, and hopefully we can support a lot of communities, and hopefully we can get a bit of a fundraiser going. So yeah, we're bringing a lot of people to it, and yeah, we've been chatting to a lot of our drivers, and very professional drivers like Kenny and Kai Allen in our team, and yeah, they were all happy to back it. So it's very cool to see a lot of top tier drivers from Kenny from Sim Racing, Kai Allen from the Real Racing and Super 2 right now, and yeah, they all loved it. So yeah, 100%.
Yeah, too right as well. I just wanted to ask you a question. I don't know if you've got any experience in any of the other cars that are racing here today, or whether it's just in the BMW. But do you have a feel for which cars you expect to be strong around Road Atlanta? We noted that Breadline Racing and the Porsche are ahead, and they've shown pace that nobody else has got, and we don't have any other data points to judge whether the Porsche is perhaps the favoured car around here, whether it's the Beamer or the Lambo. Like, do you have a rating for how the cars are expected to go around here?
I think it's Porsche Beamer. Obviously we can only pick one manufacturer for the season, and obviously we picked BMW because of some of the tracks we need that front engine. But yeah, the rear engine's great at some tracks like Road Atlanta and Red Bull Ring. It'd be absolutely mega. So yeah, well done to Brock Kelly and all those boys in that car. So yeah, no, well done to them. Yeah, they've picked a great car for this round.
Yeah, and they're driving it superbly. 12.5 seconds ahead of Vermillions, so that gap has just stretched out a little bit since you've joined us in the commentary box, and that gap from Vermillion to HDS Racing Yellow keeps getting smaller and smaller, slowly but surely. So I'm sure at some point we're going to end up with another Vermillion Motorsport HDS Racing Yellow battle, which I'm looking forward to, because the first round was spectacular. A second round should be just as good, if not better, now that the drivers had a bit more time to get into the track, into the zone, and understand the exact conditions we've got
Kelly
here today.
Into the pits too, along with a good chunk of the others. The Vermillion entry has stayed out, so has taken the lead of the race, and will be followed by the two HTS cars, which appear to be staying out at this point.
Yes, I like Motorsports.
I was going to say, I'm gonna have to go. Love chatting with you guys. Yeah.
I think you do. Well, have a good race, mate. Best of luck. We'll be following you along.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, and yeah, if you want to check out for any of our liveries, go to our Facebook page, and OSW Graphics and all our sponsors are on there, and BMG. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Connor. So there you go. That was Connor Nixon, who's about to hop into the car for Vermillion Motorsports. I suspect in the next few laps, given the amount of pit stops that we've got going on currently, I think they will be. If I had to make a bet, they'll be trying to get out to that 1 hour mark and do it in 3 stops instead of 4. That would be my bet. We'll see what's happening. Interesting. Breadline Racing, they have pitted from the lead on lap 41, 54 minutes in. They're going to have to do some more fuel saving if they're going to get to the end on only 3 stops. So this could be a point of difference between them and the likes of Vermillion, HDS Racing Yellow, HDS Racing Blue, and even Kidney Stone Brothers Racing. Is this part of the reason they've had so much pace? Have the others been doing more saving? No, Vermillion are in.
So is Hayne in that HDS Yellow entry. I would expect the other two behind them, in Barker in the Ferrari and McLaughlin in the HDS Racing Blue entry, will also follow. If that is the case, it is looking more like 4 stops, isn't it, Liam?
It is. It's looking like 4 stops, and the difference being how much fuel and when do you take that last stop. You're going to see some cars like Straight Ride Racing, Pink, HDS Racing Red going for more even strategy, having 45-minute.
Well, the HDS Racing Blue has done another lap. They're going around. Barker in the Kidney Stone Brothers entry has pitted too, so the last car out there without pitting is HTS Racing Blue here, who clearly have sat back and saved a little bit more fuel than the two that are pitting now.
Yeah, it makes me wonder. We noted Tractix Racing Green, who had that early pit stop after some damage, pitting on lap 9, thinking that was probably going to be an extra pit stop. If these cars are going to, within a lap or 2 of making it 3 stops but not quite there, that 9 laps might just be enough that that would be the equivalent to a splash and dash at the end of the race. So they may be okay. They may not need to do an extra pit stop. Too early to tell, really, because we could see some differences in the next stints for how long they go. Some might really fuel save to get there in 3 stops. Some might have just let themselves be a bit free this stint, knowing that they can make it to the end. But we'll have to wait and see. I could also just be talking rubbish. What's not rubbish is Colin Nixon. He's in this car. He's pretty quick in, again, one of these drivers that's quick in everything he's racing. The Vermilion Motorsports entries do tend to be towards the front of the pack, so we'll have to wait and see what pace he's got in hand to see whether they can close the gap to Breadline Racing. Breadline Racing now got Jennings in the car.
HTS Racing Blue has gone for another lap here, so this is 2 laps longer so far than their closest competitors. That's quite really impressive on fuel, and May is looking pretty close to getting them to the hour.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's very, very interesting. Certainly getting him into the ballpark of being able to make it here on 3 stops instead of the 4 that we suspect the rest of the grid will probably need, having pitted a lap between lap 35 and lap 41. Let's just follow this car around so we can see when they do pit. If they go around again, then they're definitely, I would say, looking to do a 3 stop it. If they pit now, it's going to be tough. So let's have a look. No, they're going around again. Definitely not diving into the pits. So that'll be another lap, another 1 minute 18. That's going to take them to 59.5 minutes, adding the time for fuel and to get tyres. Bada bing, bada boom, you hit your hour. So they definitely are looking for 3 stop race.
Yeah, and as well, really interesting post pit stops. We're looking at much slower times from these first 4. We're talking 21.3s in this Porsche. Nixon with a 22.8 and Russell with a 22.2. We were talking about 18s and 19s before. And McLaughlin's still doing 19s, despite going long. So, still out there. You would expect he would pit this lap, given all these guys have gone in, but who knows? I've been expecting that every lap so far.
Yeah, same. Fantastic effort from HTS Racing Blue to get through this far without pitting, and yeah, there they go. They dive into the pits. That's going to take them straight into 3 stop territory. The only cars to do so. Anybody else wants to make it home on 3 stops, they're going to have to do some pretty significant fuel saving compared to their first stint. I'd say if anybody else was going to make it, of course, it's to pit a little bit later than the others. So that'd be Vermilion Motorsport, right? Vermilion Motorsports and HTS Racing Yellow. They might be able to switch into the 3 stop if they aren't already aiming for it. But I think the only car that is well and truly in that range is the HTS Racing Blue. Everybody else, if they're going to do it, they're going to have to do some pretty significant fuel saving compared to what they did in the first stint, just to stretch out an extra lap or 2.
Absolutely, and so Brenton Jewell hopping in this car for HTS Racing Blue. As well, Nixon making up lots of time on Jennings ahead. He's closed that gap to 6 seconds. And Russell behind him is closing down the gap too, down to 2.75 seconds. So with these new driver changes, I think we're going to see a few spicy battles.
Yeah, certainly. Whenever there's a change in driver, obviously you're never going to have drivers that are exactly the same pace in a team. So you're going to get a bit of a change in the competitive landscape as to where the performance of these cars is. And it looks like Colin Nixon perhaps a little bit stronger comparatively to Jennings than the previous drivers.
Yeah, there's also just that comfort on cold tyres and all that sort of thing. Those first early laps, you can make up a lot of time if you are comfortable with it, but there is the risk there of of taking it out. So
it's one of the bonuses if you crash a lot in practice is that you get very used to the cold tyres. I'm sure you're familiar with that, Sam, as am I.
What, me crash? That doesn't... No. Unfortunately, that was Mark Franklin having an incident, and it looks like Adam Funslow and the ILEC Motorsport entries had a similar incident. Yep, just a little bit wide. The weight's sort of gone away from him over that fairly aggressive wide curb, but managed to keep it going, which is good. We have seen this damage model does seem to be relatively generous today.
Yeah.
Although I may have spoken too soon. Gregory Brooks unfortunately has crashed, continuing the difficult day for the green Lamborghini of Tractrix Racing Green. Oh, he's just taken a little bit too much speed in there. The cameraman was on strike for the seconds we needed him, but yeah, he's turned it back around. Oh, okay, car coming in that direction. Other plus of not having a huge grid is stuff like that doesn't cause a 14 car collision, which it could round here if we were talking those sort of 40-50 size grids that we've sometimes in the past.
It also doesn't cause a safety car, which I'm sure Bradline Racing will be happy with, given the lead that they pulled out in the first stint. But look at that lead. It is absolutely vanished. Bradline Racing only 3 seconds ahead of Vermilion Motorsport now, and it is coming down quickly. If Bradline Racing had an incident, because that is coming down far too quickly for that to just be driving.
Their lap times have, looks like pace. So look at these lap times. We're talking a 1.5 seconds to 2.5 seconds faster a lap, and that's by both Nixon and Russell. So I think there's probably just a pace difference between the two drivers of Jennings and Brock Kelly. So we'll see. Maybe Jennings needs to just sort of hold this together and then hand it back over to Kelly. You know, maybe it's not a strong suit track, but look at Nixon. He is hunting. He is ready to go. And going off this pace differential, he'll be past Jennings in no time.
I think he's going to be past him before the next corner. Or well, at the next corner. And that's exactly what he'll be hoping for, because HGS Racing Yellow are also right behind here. They're only 1.2 seconds back. That is the next car on track. He knows if he gets caught up behind Bradline Racing at the pace they're going, he's going to have HGS Racing Yellow down his throat quicker than he can blink. So he needs to get past, needs to make this move decisively. He has done so. Now he needs to try and clear that Bradline Racing car and hope that Bradline Racing car holds back HGS Racing Yellow, because that is now effectively the battle for the lead of this race, because Bradline Racing do not have the pace with their second driver Jennings. So they're going to have a really interesting race. It's going to be a case of Jennings just trying to hold on here and stay as high up the order as they can when he hands the reins back over to, it was Brock Kelly, wasn't it, who has been shown himself to be the fastest driver around here so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. And whether or not there's fuel play involved, while Kelly was quick, he did hit on lap 41. Nixon was 42. And Jewel in that HTS Racing Blue entry was lap 45, which was very impressive. So there's a bit to play out on the fuel stats here towards the end of the race, I think.
I think you may be right. Certainly, if any of the drivers have looked at what HS Racing Blue have done and gone, oh, they're only 12 seconds behind, we can't beat them on this strategy, they may very well have already made that calculation. And if they have, then they may decide that they need to try and convert to the free stop, which would lead to some massive fuel saving, or they may have always planned for the free stop and just decided, you know, the first stint is always a little bit heavier on fuel. You've got the parade lap, which is an extra lap. You got a stand. You then got some inevitable battling going on at the start of the race, which can make it hard to fuel save.
Also, Russell in the HTS Racing Yellow entry has passed Jennings there. By the time I'd actually swapped to the camera, he'd gotten past. I don't know exactly how it happened. We'll replay it in a tick. But yeah, with the pace differential, that's probably not surprising. Jennings is probably happy to let that one go through and manage the race from here. It's another 10 seconds back to Jewel, who, while on potentially a better fuel strategy, yeah, then the gaps aren't huge. You know, 6 seconds, 12 seconds, 4 seconds, which for an hour and 6 minutes in is pretty good. We have seen relatively close pace around here so far.
I'll just go back and make the comment about the lap times being slower when they came out of the pits compared to before they stopped. and then we saw a bunch of cars crashing. So I think that shows you why the lap times have been a fair bit slower since pit stop. Much trickier with the full fuel, and perhaps the track conditions also going away from the drivers.
So as you can see, so Jennings has actually gone a little bit wide there, and got on the dirt. So the drive out of there from the HTS entry was much better. Jennings just letting through.
Yeah, I think that's the correct decision from Jennings, not to try and battle these guys too quick. He hasn't got the pace.
Yeah.
The best he can do is try and drive at his quickest, at his pace, and hope that he can perhaps keep... I think HTS Racing Blue will probably have a bit too much pace for them and will get past through this stint, given that gap's already come down by about a second since I last looked at it. He might be hoping that he can get up to pace before HTS Racing Blue come on the scene. Otherwise, I think his battle might be with the likes of ILEC and Tractic Racing Blue, trying to stay in that top 5 and giving Brock the opportunity to then get racing on his stint and try and catch the likes of Vermilion, HTS Racing Yellow, and HTS Racing Blue back up in his stint. And then, particularly because to meet the fair racing rules, the fair share rules, they're only going to have to do one stint. So one stint will be enough if you've got a two-man team for it to be classified as a fair sharing of the stints. So this might be his only stint. We could see Brock get in and go for a double stint if they really want to try and maximise their result. Otherwise, if they're here to have fun, and also try and get a good result, but with a bit more of a focus on make sure everyone's treated fairly, then they'll have another stint each.
Absolutely.
Before the end of the race.
And as well, just looking at this battle, the HTS Yellow entry is reeling in Connor Nixon right now. Looking at those sector times, everyone in the green for him, making up a couple of tenths, 1 to 2 tenths on every sector, gap down to 7 tenths of a second. Quite a differential in times on that last lap, a 19.6 for Nixon and an 18.9 for Russell behind. So I'd expect to see this battle spark up. The Vermilion Motorsports car was very difficult to overtake before. Let's see if Nixon can pull off the same valiant effort.
Yeah, let's see. We've already had HTS Racing Yellow versus Vermilion Motorsport round 1. That round went to HTS Racing Yellow. HTS Racing Yellow then came unstuck, having a spin, letting Vermilion Motorsports back past. They spent the rest of the stint trying to catch back up to Vermilion Motorsports, who were being driven by Kenny Conomos at that point, with Brock Kelly racing for HTS Racing Yellow. That is right, isn't it? No. Did I get that right?
For who racing? Who's racing for HTS Racing Yellow? Russell is racing. Timothy Russell in the HTS Racing Yellow entry.
Who was that first stint driver?
Oh, the first stint driver was... my memory deceives me now.
Yeah,
it was someone very fast. I remember that much.
It was someone very fast. It certainly was. Well, as soon as I hear it, I'll know it. Anyway, just closing that gap up for the rest of the stint. Now that gap has been closed up, we've got HTS Racing Yellow on the gearbox of Vermilion Motorsports. It is round 2, different drivers this time round. Russell for HTS Racing Yellow, Nixon for Vermilion Motorsport, who will come on top in round 2. The ref's in the ring, he's rung the bell, ding ding ding, off we go. Have at it, boys. Let's see what happens. With the pace, you'd expect HTS Racing Yellow to have the advantage. That's the bookie's favourite, I think, coming into this, given how quick he's reeled in Connor Nixon. Connor Nixon, however, is a very suave racer. He knows what he is doing. He's going to be very hard to overtake if he does not want to let you pass. The question now is, how hard does he defend? Because like you said, the gap in pace is definitive, but it's not crushing. It's about half a second to maybe 3/4 of a second a lap, but at a track like Road Atlanta, that may not be enough to really get the overtake done if the car ahead is defending for its life. So now we wait to see what Connor Nixon does, and whether just the sheer brilliance of the HTS Racing Yellow being driven by Timothy Russell can get past. Look at the difference in lines going up the hill. That is just showing yourself in the mirrors, trying to make the car ahead make a mistake by basically scaring them off the road.
Absolutely, and we've seen that a little bit. The lines going into that second corner corner, that quite tricky. I don't know what sort of corner you would actually end up calling it, but we have seen some, the Ferrari, for instance, that John Baldwin's now in for the Kidney Stone brothers, brings that right across and then comes back, and then others take it relatively shallow. As we see, they're getting close now. We're within 0.2 of a second coming up this big long straight. No overlap at this point. Looks like hanging behind, although he might dive into this inside line. No, it looks racy, but decided against it that time around.
Yeah, decided against it. Not going to go for a move that isn't all the way there. I think they had their warning with a dive that almost ended in tears between the two teams earlier on. So I think they're going to be a bit more cautious this time around and absolutely make sure of any move before they go for it. Particularly given that they made a mistake and then they sort of surrendered the position through a spin a bit later on. I suspect they'll want to make sure of it a little bit more this time round and not risk a crash, because that would be quite disappointing for both teams involved, particularly an hour and 12 minutes into a 4-hour race. Not too many other battles going up and down the grid. Breadline Racing, their pace is still not nearly what it was in the first stint, and they are coming under pressure from HGS Racing Blue now within 1.5 seconds, so that is about to become a live battle on track. Other than that, the gaps have all blown out a little bit. I Like Motorsports are 6 seconds behind that, so expect I Like Motorsport to be racing Breadline fairly soon. Tractix Racing Blue, they have been catching I Like Motorsport a little bit. They're 10 seconds behind. HGS Racing Red, 7 seconds behind them. Then you've got Kidney Stone Brothers Racing. They're another team where there's generally been a bit of a gap between their two drivers this season, if my memory serves me. So it'll be interesting to see how they go this stint. You then got Spyro the Lambo, who are continuing to recover from their early spin. They're now ahead of Australia Ride Racing Pink, HGS Racing Green, and Tractix Racing Green. In fact, they've got quite a big gap. Australia Ride Racing Pink 45 seconds behind Spyro the Lambo. So I think Spyro the Lambo is the last of the people effectively still in the race. But even then, they are 10 seconds behind Kidney Stone Racing, who are 20 seconds behind HGS Racing Red. So it's going to take a minor miracle for either of them to improve beyond 9th and 8th place.
Absolutely, and now Jewel in HGS Racing Blue entry is right on the back of Jennings here. So we'll probably expect to see a move relatively soon. There's another 6 seconds back to Funslow in the I Like Motorsport entry. Those guys doing mid-19s on the times. As well, 6th place, the Tractix Racing Blue car has a new driver in the helmet holder, Goncloves. I'm sure I butchered that name, unfortunately. But doing very solid times there in an 18.9, which is right on the same time as Nixon's last lap in the lead.
Yeah, so flashing the lights, letting them know that I want to come past, please. I've got more pace. Please don't turn in on me. I don't want to get unstuck here. So just Brenton Joel flashing his lights, letting John Jennings know that he's there. And I think we'll see a move sooner rather than later here. As you said, he's been catching him at a rate of knots, and John Jennings just hasn't had the pace. He was probably hoping to get ahead of him before the tricky downhill section, but I'm sure. I imagine that'll be the last time he's behind him down that tricky section. We now have switched to the battle at the front of the race. HGS Racing Yellow, Timothy Russell battling with Connor Nixon in the Vermilion Motorsports entry. No change here. They are still as they were. I think I can't continue the boxing analogy because I need to go to a new round, and I've already said this is round 2, and it would make no sense for us to be going to round 3. But I think in the opening salvo of punches, it's been a draw between these two drivers, with things staying as they are, neither doing enough to sway what would be a referee's decision potentially at the end of the bout.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been. I wonder whether he is just sitting behind now, because he did catch him quite quickly, and now. But once again, it hasn't been that easy to overtake. Cheers, as Nixon took that a tiny little bit wide. He's lucky to get away with that, kicking up a little bit of dust there. We've seen that take people out before. But yeah, it's certainly not getting it done as quickly as maybe he thought he would. But yeah, difficult place to overtake. Adam Burhoff has gone off track, unfortunately. Yeah, through here, probably a little bit wide. Yep, and that's bounced him off again. We've seen that identical track crash 2 or 3 times, unfortunately, today. It is a really tricky section where the car become very unbalanced as the leaders then lap him behind.
And we've seen time and time again, cars hit the wall at what seems like a terminal velocity, a velocity that should perhaps lead to a towed back to pit lane and be able to continue, which is really good to see. That's what I want to see. We don't want to see cars out of the race when there's only 12 cars in the field, but I tell you what, some of these guys are lucky to still be racing because they've hit the barriers front on almost full pace, and I think one of the saving graces has been it's largely been the Lambos doing that, and they've got the engine in the back. So mid. Did I get that wrong?
Well,
certainly it's not in the front.
But it's not at the front. Here we go. As Russell takes the lead on the first corner there. Did Nixon go wide? Wow, that seemed remarkably easy. What's going on here? Let's do a replay. Also, Jewel is struggling to get past Jennings. Whether or not that is a fuel save, yes. So Nixon's just gone a little bit wide there and had to scrub off heaps of speed so he didn't end up in the barrier and give this position to Russell. Now the question will be, can he stay with Russell, who did look to have a little bit of pace on him from behind?
Yeah, I feel he'll hope that. I think Russell certainly had a bit more pace. Like Connor said, though, they didn't do much practice, so he'll be hoping to get faster throughout his stint, not just from the field, but as he learns the track. And I think what I'll be hoping for is that he can use this slipstream. Not that there's a huge slipstream benefit here, but you do get it down the back straight, and going into the first corner, he'll be hoping that that's enough to keep him in contention.
Here we go. And as well, we've got Jewel on Jennings here. He's taken that inside line, but he's going to be on the outside for this next chicane, which is always a heart-in-mouth situation. Jennings doesn't look like he has any interest in letting him through. He's gifted him the position, said, yeah, we'll live to fight another day, and let that car of Jewel through. But now he's got Funslow on his tush as well. So when it rains, it pours. It's going down. He's about to come under a lot of pressure there, and I'd expect Jewel will pull away now, given the times he was able to set before.
Yeah, I suspect you are right. I don't think there's too much question about HS Racing Blue being able to pull away, just given how quickly he got onto the engine of Breadline Racing.
As well, the noting now that, like, ILEC Motorsport was a good 7 minutes, 8 seconds back from HTS Racing Blue, and now they're a couple of seconds away. So Funslow will be looking to try and get through on Jennings and the Breadline Racing car as soon as possible and make the most of the time that Jewel lost behind him.
Yeah, I think Jewel will be gutted if Funslow manages to get past Jennings immediately here. I think he'll be like, oh, come on, really? After it took him so long to get through. Jennings, of course, not really wanting to give up these positions. He knows that the team on the whole has got the pace to battle with HTS Racing Yellow, Vermilion Motorsports, HTS Racing Blue. As I said before, I think their battle this race, given the combined pace of the two drivers, is with ILEC Motorsport and HTS Racing Blue. So any time loss he can cause to these cars now could bring them back benefits over the rest of this race once their initial driver gets back in and is on the hunt of these cars, because he showed that he had the pace over these cars in the opening salvo.
Absolutely, and we just saw Jennings there taking a bit of a defensive line too, so he's quite happy to hold these cars up for a bit of time, like put a little bit of time on the board with them held up, and maybe catch it up a bit later. It now means that the gap, those front two, are way out, 20 seconds ahead of Jewel in third place.
And there goes ILEC.
As ILEC does get past the Porsche there.
One of the best corners to do it as well. I said there weren't many sort of 90-degree left-right-handers are at this track where you can make a dominant move. That is one of them. It's really hard to get a move there because it's hard going through the downhill section, stay close enough and get a run onto that relatively small straight before the 90-degree right-hander. But that's exactly what I like Motorsports were able to do, put themselves on the inside for the 90-degree right-hander and just went all the way to the outside and said, no, this is my position, I'm taking it, going to hold the lead down the straight and should be able to hold on to that through down to the chicane. And yeah, he's got past and he's only lost 3 seconds to HGS Racing Blue is the gap. So overall, that's quite a big net positive after they've both got through the Breadline Racing car. So that is game on between HGS Racing Blue and ILEC Motorsport for the rest of this race. Breadline Racing already falling a second behind ILEC Motorsport. Next on track is Tactics Racing Blue, who are 3.3 seconds back. That gap has also been shrinking. Suspect them to be next on the tail of the distinctive red Porsche.
Absolutely, and yeah, we are seeing HTS Racing Yellow with Tim Russell driving, now pulling away from Nixon a bit. Nixon was able to hold on for a couple of laps there, but it does seem like there is enough of a pace differential of 3 to 5 tenths. Looking at the last few laps, that HTS Yellow car will pull away. But once again, the thing we have to remember too is we can't actually rule out third place at HTS Racing Blue. They're 19 seconds back, but they potentially have one less pit stop in them. Another, 3 laps over anyone else in the field. We'll have to see once we hit around that 2-hour mark, at which point I'll probably be at the bakery, so there may not be commentary on it. But yeah, we'll see if they can pull this off. Whether they might be good actually to jump on board and see if they are doing any sort of fuel saving behaviours.
Yeah, I think what we'll do, we'll hop on board. We'll see if there's any fuel saving from HGS Racing Blue. I think we should also then hop on board with Vermilion Motorsport and see if they're doing any fuel saving and try and make a bit of a like-to-like comparison. Let's then run through the field and just give a quick update on to where all the cars are. We'll thank our sponsors, then we'll take a break because that'll take us to around the 1.5 hour mark. We'll take a break. I can go brush my teeth and wake up properly. You can go to the bakery and get a delicious. I'm going to take a stab at sausage roll.
Nah, probably not a sausage roll. I'm going to do some sort of dirty pie. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how dirty I'm feeling. Yeah, but potentially even a steak, cheese and bacon. Don't go all out with it. That could be on.
That's a good call. We'll recharge our batteries and then we'll go for it. We'll have a break. We'll recharge our batteries and we'll come back with about an hour and a quarter to go, something around that, and we'll bring you the conclusion of this event. But for now, let's go back on board with HGS Racing Blue and let's have a listen to see if they're doing any fuel saving. I don't have any sound, so I think you're gonna have to do that analysis, Sam.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So I haven't given you sound today. That's well, let's just follow this very quickly. We've got the car of Travis Racing Blue on the back of Breadline Racing. So we'll see. Jennings has made this car wide before, but look how close he's following behind here. He'll be looking. Yeah, well, he's going to try the outside here, but that's a very difficult place to be. You can't really easily get it done, especially given the next corner, which you do not want to be on the outside for. But he's probably close enough here that this should be fine. But Jennings is forcing the outside line. Once again, heart in mouth, but Jennings has proven that he knows when he needs to give it away and hasn't been making any of those sort of mistakes that would make us cry. Actually, Race Control's had probably a very cruisy day so far, I'd say.
Yeah, everyone that's lost it has lost it by themselves. I don't think there's been a single crash between two cars. I had to say Jennings doesn't have the pace of his teammate, but he's done a really good defensive job. Done a good job judging when he's over the step in the mark, when he's just losing pace for himself. So when to let the car through, when to actually defend. We saw that with the HGS Racing Blue. Did a really good job keeping them behind for a long time without going overboard on the defense. Put up some good defensive maneuvers to ILEC and Tractis Racing Blue, but just knowing when to give it up and not try and fight a losing battle. So I think he's done a really good job there. I think he's held all those cars up about as much as he reasonably could without just costing himself as much time as he costs the other car. All right, let's now the battle's over. Thanks for bringing that to our attention. That was good to watch. Let's go back to HGS Racing Blue and have a listen, which you'll have to do, and see what fuel saving is going on.
Yeah, so as you come down here, we'd expect him to lift early, which he does. It does seem like he was lifting a bit early there. It wasn't right down the end of the straight, but there was a little bit to it. Another corner will be once you go past this twisty section, yeah, down into
the chicane.
Yeah, potentially into the chicane. Yeah, so. It doesn't feel like a really, really aggressive fuel save, as he has to catch it a little bit there. But his inputs sound incredibly smooth. He's getting onto that throttle smoothly. It's that care and gentle form of driving that does save a bit of fuel, does save a bit of tyres, and might get you an extra lap or two at the end of things.
Let's have a look and listen down the end of the straight. Because this is the major fuel saving area. The other ones are you're not at as high a velocity and you're not braking as much compared to here.
Yeah, I think there was a little lift beforehand, but it wasn't a huge amount before the braking zone. I think they're just saving a little bit here and a little bit there. And
also
hoping
just
that will be enough.
Could also just be running a lower engine mapping as well.
And that's
rather than fuel saving.
And that's true as well. I mean, I haven't driven one of the BMWs before, but it does sort of feel like it's probably on a lower engine map. It doesn't feel as aggressive as I'd expect a GT car to be attacking in the sort of engine mapping.
All right, let's see if we can compare that to HGS Racing Yellow, who are their stablemates and currently leading this race. So immediately, do you pick up any difference to the engine noise?
Yeah, so, and it might be delusion, but it does sound like a higher engine map. They seem to be lifting on about the same point there, but there seems to be a little bit more aggression in the sound of the engine, if I haven't deluded myself completely. If we have a look as well, let's see if we've got I can add speed to this, because that might show at the end of the straight if they have any significant differences in top speed.
That'd be brilliant.
Let's see how I do this.
In the meantime, we've just got off tracks for Helder Goncalves and Connor Nixon. Although neither of which I believe is significant. So neither has been followed by a crash, which is what we want to see.
Exactly, and it hasn't shown up on the long-term screen. So you'll see off-track events on there, but that shows all the off-track events, even the very minor ones. The major ones are the ones that I will actually look at doing replays for, that will pop up as an option for that. As well, the fastest lap for last lap was the Tractis Racing Blue entry in that Lamborghini. So they've certainly found pace in that car. Their pit lap was lap 40 though, along with Funslow ahead, was lap 40 compared to 45 for Jewel and 42 for the 2 litres though. So probably a bit of an invoice to pay on fuel down the track.
Absolutely. Just while you're looking for that speed, see if we can get the speed up and compare the velocity going down the straights. Another thing to point out, Kidney Stone Bros Racing seemed to be struggling this stint. They were about, I think they were 15 to 20 seconds behind HGS Racing, where they're now 30 seconds behind and falling into the clutches of Spyro the Lambo, who are now only 2.6 seconds behind Kidney Stone Brothers Racing when they were about 10 to 15 seconds behind themselves at the start of the stint. So that's quite a big turnaround
Yeah.
for Kenny's number of racing.
So I found top speed quite interesting. There is quite a big differential here, given they're all the same car up the top in the top three. HTS Racing Yellow, top speed of 256 k's an hour. Vermilion 261. So whether they're not saving fuel or what, looks like a bit of a messy lap from Nixon to a 120.3 compared to an 18.8 ahead. So he's slipping back from Russell a little bit. And that HTS Racing Blue, where I think the engine map is a bit lower, 254 kilometres an hour. So it is a little bit slow at the end of that main straight. But yeah, we're seeing about a 10k an hour differential in top speed. Part of that could be setup, of course, but I would say quite a bit of it would be engine mapping.
Yeah, I think it all tallies at HTS Racing Blue, given that we've also got the evidence of them pitting later. So they're definitely doing something. I think we can safely say that they didn't seem to be lifting and coasting a whole heap, and that it must therefore be engine mapping that's let them get so much further down, and that top speed plays into that. Let's go from top to bottom, and Brody Trester is about to have a spin, is he?
Oh, I've got an off track. Oh, it's going to be going wide here.
Oh.
Gee. He bailed out of that. I think he's seen too many Lamborghinis go round there, trying to take it a bit too quickly and go, no, I'm not going to be one of them, which is the right decision.
Absolutely the correct decision, using his noggin there as Brody.
As well, once again in 5th place, we've got the fastest lap again last lap. Not fastest lap of the race, but fastest lap for that lap. And it's half a second faster than the leaders. So whether or not he's able to catch up some of them and potentially look at a podium, he's got Jaw only 5 seconds ahead now.
Yeah, that's going to be a story we're going to have to follow when we come back from our break, which we'll go to soon. We'll just run through the field from top to bottom, thank our sponsors, and then we'll let you get on with the racing without the sound of our voices to interrupt, and then we'll come back with about an hour and a quarter to go to bring you the final stanza of this race. Of course, this broadcast has been brought to you specifically by Login Systems. They are the sponsors for the GSRC Endurance Championship. Wonderful to have Login Systems on board. They've done a fantastic job for us, allowing us to bring you all 6 rounds of the Endurance Championship, including this one, the 4 hours of Road Atlanta. They're not the only sponsors that we have at the GSRC. We have a range of club sponsors, and they are going across the bottom of your screen. They are Flash Graphics, Login Systems, who, as we mentioned, are the title sponsors for this series, Waste Options, West Orange Motors, we are the GSRC, and our other sponsors are Stoop Financial Insurance and Wealth, Blackout Electrical Solutions, and Fisher Doyle Lawyers. And I believe that is the lot.
Yeah, we're back to the start again.
Yeah, big thank you to all of our sponsors who allow broadcasts like this to happen. So we're going to leave you now. As we stand, we've got HTS Racing Yellow out front. They've got a 3.3 second lead on Vermilion Motorsport, having made the overtake earlier in this stint. They've got HTS Racing Blue 20 seconds behind them. However, HTS Racing Blue are in the effective battle for the lead of this race, having stopped later, and we think perhaps doing a later stop. That is your battle at the front of the front of this race. My name is Liam Banks. Alongside me, bringing you the production, has been Sam Chapman. We'll be back in around an hour and a half's time.
I'd say we'll probably come back at around 2 o'clock, so just for that last hour there, because the last hour should take us to just after 3 o'clock, so we'll aim for that as well. Would love to have any drivers or viewers, enthusiasts pop onto the broadcast, have a chat, see what you're thinking about everything, and maybe give us some insight as to what it is like out there today. But yeah, thank you very much, and we'll be back in just north of an hour.
Yeah, thank you very much. Catch you all in a bit.
half and I flipped it in a double. Started out with half and I flipped it in a double.
Said time again, we gotta go. Take one, then I dash away from Popo.
Yeah.
Snakes around my grass, they want my dodo. But I keep a 40, they don't know, no. Got the Henny, you get cocoa. Smoke on Reggie, that's a no-no. Driving slow-mo in the photo.
Hello again if you're there. Hello? 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 Hey there, Sam. Hello? Are you there? If you're there, you're not coming through properly. That's better. Sweet. I got you. Yep. Do it. Yeah. And then after that, let's go through, after the replays, let's get the championship points up and talk about the championship battles that are going on track. Yeah, I'm trying to get better at that. I noticed Zach does it a fair bit. We're at it. Excellent. Back everybody to the final quarter of the Login Systems Endurance Championship live from Road Atlanta. We're here to bring you the last hour of this 4-hour race live from the United States of America at this absolutely iconic circuit, one of the most popular and most challenging tracks on the iRacing platform. My name's Liam Banks. Alongside me, bringing you the production and co-commentary is Sam Chapman, and we are live across multiple platforms, including YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. When we left you, there was a thrilling battle for the lead. I am pleased to say that that battle, including 2 different strategies, is continuing here at Road Atlanta. It is HGS Racing Blue that currently lead, having made 1 less pit stop than their competitors. The important thing, however, is we believe that all of the cars on track have 1 more stop before the end of this race. which means this is legit. This is it. This is the race. 30 seconds between HGS Racing Blue and Vermilion Motorsport. HGS Racing Yellow only 4.5 seconds behind Vermilion Motorsport. But HGS Racing Blue are fuel saving. They have been fuel saving from the start. They're going to do the entirety of the race with one last stop. Their last stop will be soon. I expect to see them come in, if not this lap, then at the end of the next lap. And then it will be a straight fight with one stop for all of the cars in the battle for the lead until the end of the race, which should be absolutely thrilling. There has been some interesting changes while we have been away. You will notice Breadline Motorsport are behind ILEC. That was the case, but they had Tractix Racing Blue breathing down their neck when we left, and we thought Tractix Racing Blue may be making a push towards the podium positions. However, they are currently down in 7th, well below HGS Racing Red, 15 seconds behind them, who in turn are 53 seconds behind Breadline Racing, which means we've got some incidents that we're going to have to bring you the replays for, because the complexion of this race has changed. Kidney Stone Brothers Racing, they're another one that have had troubles while we've been away. They were ahead of Spyro the Lambo, with Spyro the Lambo chasing them down. However, Kidney Stone Brothers Racing are now well off the back of that, 22 seconds behind Australia Ride Racing Pink, and nowhere near Spyro, so they've come unstuck at some point. Otherwise, it is how you were when we left about an hour ago. Now, I believe Sam is going to bring us some replays of what's been happening over the last hour, hour and a half. What do we got first, Sam?
This is Stephen Thomas showed an off track about an hour ago. I get the feeling it lists the wrong driver, because now there is a different driver in the car, but it's listed as Stephen Thomas on my my tracker itself. Really struggling to get that back real carefully, and then spinning the wheels in the grass. Yeah. Adam Burr has gone off track as well. This poor old green Lamborghini's had a bit of a tough run.
Yeah, HGS Racing Green and Tactics Racing Green, the two green teams have struggled here, currently running in 11th and 12th last of the running cars.
This is Hayne going off track. Oh, just getting a slapper on. Gee. And that would have been lapping of the car, I believe. So, yeah, just, wow. Have another look at that, just from another angle, because...
Looked like a bucking Bronco, didn't it?
Yeah, it just looked like it went on him. I wonder whether maybe older tyres too, or just went in with a little bit too much speed and...
Just didn't want to turn, did it? Kept trying to turn it in, and the back ends kept going out, kept catching it, walked him wide, and then hits the grass, and did so well not to end up in the barrier there. That would have been... Tell you what, I bet the heart rate was raised after that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Adam Burhope here again, unfortunately. Oh no.
I think he was lucky that the front of the Lamborghini is already a bit squished, otherwise he might touch the wall there.
So let's look at something a bit more positive too. So Hayne passed McLaughlin for the lead. Was this been the pit sequence? Oh, he just got him through the pit sequence. Look at that.
Yep.
Very close.
But of course, at some point, he's fallen behind Kenny Conmus and the Vermilion Motorsports entry, so I have to find out what's happened there.
Absolutely, and as well, noting Kelly is back in that Porsche, so he's a threat for the rest of the field at the moment. Only now 1 second behind Funds though, so that will that'll head up towards the end of this. Jewel is currently in the pit lane, so they will make this, I believe.
If we can find how HGS Racing Yellow ended up behind Vermilion, that'd be awesome. And also, if we can find what happened to Breadline to wind up so far back, that would probably be Oh, Tractis Racing Blue. How did they end up so far back? If we could find those two incidents, that'd be awesome. For now, we're here with live pictures. Vermilion Motorsports stay in the lead. They have got 2.9 seconds on.
Tractix Racing. Look like a fairly. It's identical, isn't it? We have seen that so many times today. It's always been the Lambos too. It's the Lambos that seem to just have been striking that curb at an off angle and then oversteering into the other side of the track. That's badly damaged.
Yeah, that's the worst damage we've seen, but repaired. So I imagine they pulled in and got that fixed.
Absolutely. So this is live pictures. Half a second behind ILEC Motorsport is Redline Racing. Kelly trying to make his way back up the field. Brenton Jewell in third would probably be having a bit of a look over his shoulder, only 5 seconds ahead of Funzo too. So there is still quite a serious battle for third place, and actually for obviously for the win as well. There's only 2.5 seconds in that, which north of 3 hours in is pretty good to see.
Yeah, I think we can rule HTS Racing Blue out. They've done a fantastic strategy to go. No, so HTS Racing Blue do not have a pit stop remaining now. So they've, since we came on broadcast, they've made a pit stop. They've made 3 pit stops now, and we believe that's all they're going to have to do. So they are 30 seconds behind the 2 leaders. The pit stop time is about 40 seconds, 41, 42. I'm not entirely sure what that translates to in time lost to a car on the track, because obviously that 41, 40 seconds is just time in the pit lane, not necessarily the amount of time you lose. So I think they are right in the battle for the win. HTS Racing Blue, ILEC Motorsport, Breadline Racing, Vermilion, HTS Racing Yellow. They all pitted at least 8 laps before HTS Racing Blue, so they are all going to have to make another pit stop. So I think Breadline Racing and ILEC Motorsport are in a battle for 4th place. HTS Racing Blue are actually in that battle for the lead. I think so. I think if you see Breadline Racing get past ILEC and then get up to the back of HTS Racing Blue, HTS Racing Blue will just let them go because it's not their battle. Given that ILEC and Breadline have got to pit again, HTS Racing Blue do not. Vermilion and HTS Racing Yellow also need to pit again.
Really close.
It is.
I reckon it's about 40 seconds lost in the pits, maybe 40 or 50 seconds, because the pit lane time is sort of anywhere between a minute and a minute 10. And then you've got to take away obviously the time in the straight. But yeah, they're looking good there sitting in third if they can hold on to it, and somehow these guys don't pull off some fueling miracle on the final go around. But yeah, it seems like we've got a 3-way battle for the lead, which is great, as we see Kelly going in on the inside here through the chicane. He does take it wide and really puts the hammer down there, goes, nope, this is my position, and takes it through.
Yeah, did a really good job there. The Porsche, interestingly, one of the favoured cars before the I was going to say the recent update, but the update at the start of the year to the GT3 class, which sort of pushed it down the pecking order just a little bit. Maybe that's a bit harsh. I think more it raised some of the other cars to be more in line with the Porsche. Certainly the Lamborghini wasn't really favoured before the update, and has been a lot more favoured since. Became a lot easier to drive. They got rid of some of the snap oversteer you used to get with very little warning in the Lamborghini, and it became a beautiful car to drive instead. The Porsche was a beautiful car to drive prior to the update, and I think it's still a pretty nice car to drive, but it just doesn't have the advantage that it used to have. But Brenton Jewell, apologies, read the wrong name. Brock Kelly doing a phenomenal job in that car here today. Massive pace compared to his teammate, and yeah, really showing what he can do. Yeah,
well, we saw him dominate the first stint. Very, very, very impressive there. Yeah, now he'll make his way back through. Actually, you know, when you look at that, he's in this fight too, to some degree, although his fueling strategy is nowhere near as positive deeper in the race as that of HTS Racing Blue ahead. So you'd think he's probably out of contention for that podium position now, but you know, still 50 minutes to go. Plenty of brain farts can happen in that time.
Particularly if the battle for the lead gets intense, which we suspect it will. HGS Racing Yellow now only a second behind Vermilion Motorsports. That's Todd Hayne versus Kenny Economos, round 3 or potentially even 4 if you've missed a round between HGS Racing Yellow and Vermilion Motorsports. They've been in a arm wrestle race, each taking the lead at different times. I think HGS Racing Yellow will be ruining a couple of incidents they had in the lead. It seems to be a pattern that they get ahead of Vermilion Motorsport, make a mistake, end up back behind them and have to do the hard yakker all over again. But they managed to get past them a couple of times already, and they will back themselves to make that overtake again, because they will need to if they're going to win this race. And the two of them need to do it without losing too much time to HGS Racing Blue. The interesting thing with that gap back to HGS Racing Blue is, of course, these two cars, we expect them to pit. I don't know when they're going to pit. Actually, we've seen some cars going for 45-minute stints, which would mean pitting pretty soon. But these cars only pitted 14 laps ago, and they've been going around 40 laps a stint. So if they go 40 laps a stint, you're looking at about 170. Lap 170 they're going to pit, which is in 28 laps time. That's about 40 minutes. They're going to pit with about 15 minutes remaining, maybe. Which means it'll be a short pit stop because they're not going to need to do a full refuel. They probably won't take tyres, which is going to be really interesting to see how they then stack up against HGS Racing Blue, who are just going to be absolutely flooring it from here to the end of the race. When I say that, flooring it on the lowest engine mapping, I imagine, because they will need to continue to save fuel to get to the end of the race, whereas these guys can just absolutely floor it and not worry about their fuel.
Yeah, because still looking at that top speed measure we were looking at before, the two leading cars 259 k's an hour, HGS Racing Blue 253. So still managing that fuel carefully with the engine mapping. 257 behind in the Porsche, and the Porsche is known to probably not be the fastest in a straight line. So yeah, still having to manage it, but doing a very, very effective job there in third. As well, both the Vermilion boys have done a really, really good job under quite a lot of pressure from HGS Racing Yellow, who have sort of, tic-tacked back and forth ahead of them and behind them.
Yeah, I think when you look at just putting the race together, unless we missed something in the while we were away, Vermilion Motorsport and HGS Racing Blue, they're really the two teams that have been the most consistent, kept it on track. HGS Racing Yellow have had greater speed than them, but they've had a couple of small spins, a couple of small incidents, which just meant that they're which is why they found themselves behind Vermilion Motorsport. But yeah, Vermilion Motorsports and HGS Racing Blue really doing great races. I like Motorsport as well. They've not really come and stuck at any point.
And taking the defensive line into turn 1. Just making sure he can't dive it up on that inside. There's really nowhere to overtake in this next sector until you get through this really tricky first bit. But yeah, look how close he's getting. He's getting ready to set this up, going into the two right-hand corners post this, and then if he can't get it done there, making sure that he is right behind to take it into that final chicane.
Yeah, Kenny Economos getting a really good run onto that straight, which means that Todd Haynes just nowhere near close enough to make a manoeuvre into these two right-handers, which, as we said, is not the easiest overtaking spot, but it is the favoured one because it's the place where if you get to the inside, you have the most dominant position, whereas everywhere else, the other car has an opportunity to fight back if they can hang it on around the outside. Just like down there back end of the straight, I don't think he's going to be close enough to make a move. Certainly not in an endurance race. In a GT3 sprint, you might see him go for a dive, but not going to do it this time round, which means he's going to have to wait, unless he can get a better run down into the start-finish straight. He's going to have to wait until he gets back to that double right-hander to make and have another chance at making a move.
Yeah, and once again, he might be holding behind to save a little bit of fuel and pip him in the final pit stop. If he can get an extra second or two in that pit stop, that's enough to get ahead when you're 4/10 behind, right? So there could be that sort of strategy play going through his mind as well. We'll have to stick with this. I will note that Pete Edwards and John Baldwin in the fight for 10th were having an excellent battle there, passing each other back and forward, which we will replay at some point soon. But when the leaders of an endurance race, 3 hours and 15 minutes in, not getting outside of 4/10 apart, you don't really want to leave. As well, Brock Kelly, his pace is significantly faster than these leaders. The last lap for the leaders was 1:19.45 and 1:19.6 for Hayne. Kelly's pumped out an 18.4. Ooh, as we look in here, Economos taking that defensive line still. So I wonder if these guys are losing any time, because they haven't really lost much time to Jewel, despite us knowing that he is having to play a bit more carefully on fuel. But they are losing time to Kelly, who is only just behind Jewel. Now, he's probably too far away for 45 minutes to catch up, but if they do keep fighting, especially if once they pit and Jewel is likely to be in the equation, if not actually a fair bit ahead. Yeah,
well, I think we've got about 40 laps remaining, give or take, and Brock Kelly is currently going a second a lap quicker, and he's 35 seconds behind. So it'd be a Herculean effort to get into this battle, but on the current maths, it is possible, if not, but it's certainly not. It's plausible, but it's certainly not likely. Let's put it that way, unless he can really sustain this pace until the end of the race, because his pace is absolutely phenomenal at 1:18.4 compared to 1 minute 19s for the two lead drivers. And we've been joined in the commentary box, just watching this battle, just in case I need to interrupt. We've got David Johnson, who is the organizer for this series. David, how are you going?
Afternoon, guys. Yeah, really well. It's been another one of those days where the field size maybe not exactly what we'd like, but the field quality and the racing experience has been excellent.
Yeah, it certainly has some great racing. It's been rare that there's been any time where there hasn't been at least a battle live on the track, which has been really nice to commentate. How are you going today? You're racing today?
Yes, they did about the first 2.5 hours or so in our car, and then handed over to Chase now, who's in 6th. So, yeah, done. Happy to put my feet up and come and join you guys, and kind of watch the finish. I'm very curious to see how this is going to play out.
On the outside here. Yeah, and he caught it around the outside. That's a really difficult move, but he's done a good job. But couldn't put it off, but he's very close behind. Now, I think Conor Moss will make him take an outside line if he's going to do it.
Certainly shaping up there. Living just not quite a car's width from the inside. Yeah. But you can go around the outside here because it gives you the benefit up here. No, he's started to tuck back in. He's going to try and get a better run to save it up for the first corner, but he's not got it right, and in fact he's fallen a bit further behind of a million car.
And throughout this, despite being on a slower fuel map and slower, Brenton Jewell and HTS Racing Blue is making up time on that last lap. Those two doing 120s in the 120s, when we've seen Kelly in the 18.5s as the fastest person on track at the moment.
And as you pointed out, the HS Racing Blue entry doing a 1 minute 19 dead, so even though they are fuel saving and running the car in a slower configuration compared to Vermilion Motorsports and HS Racing Yellow, they are now gaining time on them, which is not what either of these teams will want to see.
Absolutely not. As well, mentioned Chase, David, is punching out some good laps as well in the 18s, right there on the pace of Kelly, who's fastest man on track.
Yeah, very topical. He's just taken my best lap of the race in that car. So thanks, mate, when you go back and watch this. Really appreciate that. Doing really well. We were fighting to try and keep up with Tractix Blue. We brought in some really strong drivers for this race. One in particular, Gon Calvers, I think it is in the car now, is much faster than us, but has had a drive-through for incident points and a spin. So I think what he's done is taken his fast, although he's back in 8th, he's taken his fast repair fuel to the end and on his way back. So we're kind of pushing on. No chance to get Brock in 5th. That's not going to happen. But trying to make sure we hold on to 6. I think that'll get tight at the end. But yeah, most of my attention now, I'm glad I'm out of the car because I'm really interested to see what the guys in HTS Blue can do with their fuel strategy. Yeah, I was a bit of a non-believer when they told me they were going to make it on a 3-stop, but they've done a great job.
Yeah, they really have. They've been bang on that hour every single time, and actually making use of the actual pit stop time. I think if the pit stop was instant, I don't think it would quite work out. But with that extra bit of time, the 3 pit stops take out, that takes out a lap or 2 from your race, and I think that's just made it viable as a strategy.
Yeah, no, I know a fair bit of thought went into it when they decided to do that. I think, I'm speaking for them, they might disagree, but I think they would have known on purely on pace alone they were not going to get certainly the guys in yellow. But this might be a sneaky way to grab it from them. Whether they get Vermilion as well, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, they've got a good run out of this corner here. They're going to be well set up for the first corner if they can stay right on their gearbox. Just dropping back a little bit at that final corner, so I don't think they're going to be quite close enough. They're going to shape up, but that's more just a scare tactic. Because we have seen, remember earlier in the race, the way they got passes at the Vermilion Motorsport, then being driven by Connor Nixon, went a bit wide at the first corner, had to get out of it and scrub up a bunch of speed, and that's how they got past in the second stint. And I think he's trying to get a repeat of that by pulling out at the first corner, but it's not really an overtaking opportunity if both cars just focus on their own line through there. This is the best opportunity if you can do it, if you can get a good run, but it's tempting, isn't it? It's not quite close enough. And the outside, as we saw earlier, doesn't quite work. Going to try and up the up and under, get on the inside, but it's just not enough of a straight there. I think you could get a better run, but not enough of a straight to take advantage of it. So the next opportunity is down the straight, so you just try and get a better exit out of that second right-hander so you can be alongside down here. But what we've seen Kenny Conomos do is always defend that inside, make them go around the outside, and he is fast enough that the overspeed that HTS Racing Yellow has on Vermilion Sport isn't enough to go around the outside and hold it. And this is why they are in a bit of a stalemate at the moment. HTS Racing Yellow sort of relying on Vermilion Motorsport to make a mistake, because when they don't make a mistake, they've got enough pace and the defensive driving from Conomos is good enough that they just, HTS Racing Yellow don't have a way through.
Absolutely, and as well, Kelly is now right on Jules Tush, pushing him around. He's punching out brilliant laps, as we've been saying, so interesting to see. It has been difficult to overtake around here. Some guys have found it easier than others, but you know, I think the great example is that HTS Racing Yellow and Vermilion battle. HTS have been battling all day to keep getting past that Vermilion car, and it has not been easy for them.
No, it hasn't been easy for them, and the thing is they've only really got themselves to blame, because they've got ahead a few times and they keep every time they've got ahead, something's happened that's put them back behind. So I think they'll be I think if they do finish ahead of Vermilion Motorsport, they'll be quite relieved.
Absolutely.
But they are side by side here. This is by far their best opportunity. They're going to be forced to the outside, but they might even get past just before the corner and try and sweep in front. No, Vermilion Motorsport outbrake them, and they hold on. Great defensive driving there.
Yeah, and we've seen that pretty much any of these corners that are overtaking zones, Conomos has been taking that inside line, not allowing that car behind him any chance to get past. And what has been impressive is they have still had good speed out of the corners, because that's obviously the risk of taking that tighter line. They've still managed to keep them behind in the following straights. So yeah, proving a difficult track to overtake if someone doesn't want to let you by.
And I think something might happen between Ilek Motorsport and Breadline Racing. Breadline getting past an Ilek Motorsport, having a coming up on the on-track event, just having crashed.
Well,
Yeah, can confirm
Kelly's
that.
out at
Breadline's
16
got a
seconds.
meatball.
Who's got a meatball? Sorry.
Yeah, Breadline have a meatball
Yeah.
on IRS.
Absolute. Oh, that's a disaster. So Kelly has gone off track. Yeah.
So this might be our first car-on-car incident of the race. Let's have a look what's happened.
So it's come through. Oh, he's just pushed it too far and butchered it. Oh,
So they were already past
goodness
Ilek at that
me.
point.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh gosh.
That's the meatball.
Oh. Kelly has raced so well all afternoon. He really has been the pace of the field. And now look at that crabbing. That's hopeless.
And I like Motorsport flashing his lights to let him know what he thought about coming
Oh
across the
no!
car. That's frustration, that is. Just trying to
Yeah,
get
that
past.
is.
You can see the car's crabbing horribly. He wants to get past because he hasn't got as much damage. And I think frustrated that his race has come undone for no fault of his own because he just came across the breadline racing car sideways in the middle of the racing line, which, again,
I will
breadline
say
racing...
that there was no evasive action taken by that Lamborghini. Like that
No, there
car
wasn't.
was stopped there for quite a period of time at that point. He held his brakes as he should have. And
Yep.
the Lamborghini was not slowing down to a normal pace. So
No.
like, there is an aspect of, when the yellow flag is out, slow down.
No, you've called that absolutely right. When the yellow flag is out, you have to slow down. Breadline Racing, okay, they had the incident, but other than that, they didn't do anything wrong in just staying where they were and letting... Because some people will look at it and say, oh, but they stayed on the racing line, why would you do that? The thing is, you need to let the car coming at you know where you are so that they can avoid you. It's always the best way around, because if you start moving and they've already decided which way they're going, then they can't change once they've made a decision. So you still say, this is where I am, it's on you to avoid me now because I'm not moving, and it just makes it clearer for everybody. So Breadline Racing, he did the right thing there, just sitting there even though it was on the racing line, waiting for I Like Motorsport to go past before then trying to get out of it and get away. But I Like Motorsport, it's a really hard bit of the track to do anything to avoid it if you haven't slowed down a lot already. So yeah, I Like Motorsport, being harsh, you'd say they probably should have slowed down, but it's an understandable accident is what I'm trying to say. You can understand why.
It is. There's still a car parked horizontally on the racing line.
On the racing line. So
we can't say that it was an easy fix, but it just did look like there could have been a little bit more care going into it, just on the surface.
You're absolutely right. It's one of those things. Breadline could have not span. Ilek could have slowed down more, so you can understand why Ilek are aggrieved and driving frustrated after that, particularly, 3 hours and 20 minutes into a 4-hour endurance race. All of a sudden,
so Hayne is trying the same move he has tried for the last 6 laps, and it's going to be unsuccessful in exactly the same way. This has got to be so frustrating for Hayne behind. He does clearly have pace, but the Vermilion car ahead of him is just putting it in exactly the right places. Very impressive performance. These two have got to be exhausted after this stint. Like, they have been fighting tooth and nail for most of this race.
It has been an absolutely superb performance by both drivers. In fact, not just these two drivers, but the other drivers in those cars as well, because these have been locked in a tussle for 3 hours and 25 minutes now. And I'll tell you what, if Kenny Economos can keep Todd Hayne behind him to the end of this race, that will go down as one of the best performances we've seen in an endurance race, apart from some of the performances that we have seen from PGZ when they were in it last season and would just absolutely go ahead and dominate the field. That is how good a performance this has been. If, and it's a big if, Vermilion Motorsport can keep HGS Racing Yellow behind them for another 34 minutes.
Yeah, and as Ben Faulkner said, and I mean he is probably a bit biased, but yeah, mega battle and mega defending from Kenny Connor. Oh, there's contact! There is contact. They've gotten away with it, but that was bad. That's rear end as
again.
well. Wow, is he going to get the inside here? If he gets the inside into turn 1, no, he's got to pull out of it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think if he had tried to hold it there, I think A, it would have been instant. But B, even if it hadn't been, and I was Vermilion, I'd probably been on the blower, saying that they only got that because of the contact mid-corner. It would have been interesting to see how Race Control would have seen it, because it was only minor contact. I don't think they got alongside because of the contact.
Did you see who was changing line there to cause?
No, I think we need to get a replay and see what the onboards look like.
Let's see if I can. How am I going to do this? It's alright, keep chatting.
Alright.
I'm not
Let's,
sure how I'm going to do this.
Yeah,
I've got to do some thinking, and my brain's
keep-
not in its best state this morning. Well, this afternoon.
You're looking
now.
for it. I think this is going to be a good opportunity for HGS Racing Yellow. It's going to be similar to all the other opportunities they've had. Familiar Motorsport, making it very, very clear that they are defending the inside. Let's have a look what happens here.
It's the same thing will happen again. He'll have to yield it. He'll try and cut back. And
Better.
He's got a good exit here, but
Oh,
he's going
that's-
to come back across and
Oh.
cut off that line. Yeah,
He's-
Jesus contact again there. This is getting feisty. I'm not
That is
sure. There's
the-
another half an hour left. These boys are dicing with danger here.
To what, he's got the right idea though, hasn't he? He's just not quite getting it pulled off. So you saw that time. He went for more of an up and under, took off more speed to get a better run out, and he actually learned that what Vermilion Motorsport looks like they're doing is they're actually slowing up on that second apex to make sure they can't get the up and under. And he actually delayed a bit, slowed himself down even more to make sure he could get the up and under. Almost got it, but just went a bit wide, touched, and then had to get out of it. But I think if he'd taken off an extra maybe kilometre or two an hour extra, he would have got the up and under and been on the inside for that penultimate corner, which is kind of where you want to be. This again is going to be, not quite being able to carry the speed. I tell you what, that Vermilion Motorsport is nowhere near a racing line at the moment.
Pace through here, but it's still not going to be enough because Kenny will take this inside line once again, and unless he's seriously ahead by the corner, Todd Hayne won't be able to take it. Looking very punchy, isn't he, behind? And he's going to try the same thing again, this switch back.
This is going to be the biggest
through.
he's had yet.
And, it's again.
Oh, touching again. Wow.
Oh, and pitting. Conomos is in the pits.
That's huge. This is it. This is the lap for Todd Hayden and HGS Racing Yellow. They need to pull out the lap of their life to make sure they can get the overcut on Vermilion Motorsport and take that position because they have been unable to do it on track so far. Brilliant defensive driving from Kenny Conomos and Vermilion Motorsport. Be interesting to know if Race Control look at the sort of repeated touching and take a dim view on that. I'd be very, very surprised because nothing eventuated from any of it. But I think there were 4 or 5 touches in 4 or 5 laps, which is not good to see. Particularly if those are 4 X's, because if those are 4 X's, what you could do if you know if you suspect that you are leading line X's, you could keep touching them, and get them a penalty. Not saying that's what's happened, but like if that was to happen, then I wonder what Race Control would view it. But that was beautiful racing. That's exactly what I want to see in an endurance race. That was absolutely wonderful, both on the line, neither going over it, and just lap after lap of bumper to bumper. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
John Bolton was showing off track. This is the Kidney Stone Brothers Racing. Yeah, just a little bit wide there, but has caught that quite well, actually.
Did a good job to get out of the way of the Vermilion Motorsport entry there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they would have been not for position, would have been a blue flag.
Okay,
Fair there.
and as well, so interesting. Conomos 7 seconds behind Jewel in second place. So Hayne will also come out behind Brenton Jewell. Brenton Jewell is the effective leader of this race based off what we understand of the pit and fueling strategy.
Yeah, that's huge news.
But Conomos potentially has a little bit more pace because he doesn't have to save fuel in the same way. So it'll be interesting to see if those guys can punch this down. Also, how long is Hayne going to stay out here? How long is he going to be out here in this clear air now? He hasn't had clear air in ages. This would be walk in the park for him now after just fighting tooth and nail with that Vermilion car.
Yeah, it really is. That has been a hell of a battle. We've also seen HTS Racing Red take a pit stop. That's why they've fallen behind Sparrow the Lambo. Only a second behind, but Sparrow the Lambo needs to pit again. They've made 3 stops, whereas all the cars around them have made 4 stops. So look for them to make it a pit. We've got Tractix Racing Blue now in the pits again. So they are going to fall further down the order. Breadline Racing, they have got... They've done all their stops, I believe, now.
They should have, because they had that damage, so he had to go back in anyway, so he would have filled up at that point. Their pit time was 17 seconds, so yeah, very much not a full tank. Full tank's about 40, 42. Conomos was able to only take 14 seconds on his pit time. So we'll see whether Hayne Hayne makes any time back in the pit stops as well. Has he saved any fuel? I doubt it, because he was attacking so hard. He was really trying to get past. So I would imagine no.
Yeah, that was a massive battle there between Colomos and Hayne. Interesting to note, Colomos staying in the car, so there's no driver swap on that pit stop. So it will be Colomos to the end for Vermilion Motorsports, which means if those two cars are on track again battling, it will most likely be the same two drivers, and hence you'd expect the battle to be of a similar intensity because they have now got history with each other in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at Haynes' pace too, he is about half a second faster than the two behind him in Jewel and Comonos, now that he has free air. So I would expect after pit stops, Haynes to come out ahead of the Vermilion Motorsports entry. Probably not to the point of on top of Brenton Jewel, but having the capacity to chase him down with a bit less concern about fuel, I would imagine, and having very good pace all race. That's their best lap time, another 1.5 tenths on top of the HES Racing Blue entry.
The one thing we've seen time and time again in this race is that after you pit, you're a bit slow. It takes a little while to just get back used to the track, get the tyres back up to temperature, and on the heavier fuel, you're a bit slower. So what we might see is Todd Hayne come out and then be slower than HTS Racing Blue and Vermilion Motorsports as he gets those tyres, as he gets basically back into the rhythm of things. That they won't be taking new tyres. What we're also going to see is, because this will be essentially a double stint tyres, well, a 1.5 times stint on the tyres, it could be really interesting to see who has been able to preserve those tyres in their stint, and who's going to have the pace at the back end of this race.
Because as well, just Ben, nothing's happened to Vermilion per se, but they have made their pit stop, their final pit stop, and Hayne in the HTS Racing Yellow is yet to make his final pit stop. We believe they will have to. But we don't think that HTS Racing Blue in second place will have to, which on corrected order likely places them in first place. Now Hayne is out ahead in fresh air though. Look at these times that he's pumping in. He's got the last 3 laps have all been 4 tenths faster than Conomos and faster than Jewel as well, although a bit more varied there.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a race so far, and I would not rule out Vermilion Motorsports getting onto the back of HGS Racing Blue. The lap times are very similar so far, so they haven't reeled them in much yet since the pit stop, but there's plenty of time to go, particularly if if HGS Racing Blue realise that they have to do a little bit of extra fuel saving towards the end. It's a possibility, but so far they've judged it absolutely to perfection. And in HGS Racing Yellow, they were putting in magnificent lap times so far, but will they have a price to pay when they pit? Particularly others, like you said earlier, Sam, they may have been using more fuel to get those lap times in.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess
But I recommend
no clear battles on the track. That they're due to the pit stops and that sort of thing. I just want to have a quick look back, because I could see there was a great battle about 15 minutes ago now between Pete Edmonds and John Goldwyn. I just wanted to see what was going on there, because it looked like they were swapping positions like nobody's business.
Kingston Brothers going around the outside, holding on, getting on the curb. That slows them down.
Oh yeah, and got a bit of a
HGS Racing Redder in there as well.
yeah.
So we can see a second battle here between HGS Racing Red and Kingstone Brothers. Not going for the overtake there.
Yeah, I think it was left from that, but
Oh, here we go. Nope.
no, I think we're done. Okay, so closest battles on track. So Chase McCubbin is in that HTS Racing red car, just behind Tressida in the Lamborghini for Sparrow the Lambo. Outside of that, it's they're wider gaps. Although Clint Collard is right on the back of John Baldwin, only a second behind him. So these guys are having a really good battle too. We have seen some good battles today, potentially partly because it has been a difficult place to overtake. We have seen these groups having to form.
Yeah, we have that battle between Spyro the Lambo and HGS Racing Red. It's a bit of a misleading one. HGS Racing Red have made their 4th pit stop, and they pitted on lap 151. Spyro the Lambo's last pit was on lap 122, so expect them into the pit lane anytime now, which will put HGS Racing Red back in front of them. The real battle there is for Spyro the Lambo is actually whether they can stay ahead of Tractix Racing Blue, who we heard got a slowdown and had to pit. Due to instant points, and so I think for Spyro their goal would be just to try and stay ahead of them. They're clean racing since the start against Tractix Racing Blue's incredible pace that they've had, but perhaps with a few off tracks more than they could have done with across the race, meaning that they have lost out overall. Absolutely. So we'll see where Spyro come out.
And then just in that fight, so as well, I've just put up the positions gained or lost. The largest positions gained is HTS Racing Red. They're in 6th place. They're up 4. So that's a good effort. Also 3 for HTS Racing Blue. Another good effort there in 2nd place. They're not losing much time, but they are slowly losing bit by bit, a little bit to Conomos behind. I think they've lost, maybe half a second so far. But not looking like enough at this point for them to get overtaken in the next 20 minutes. We'll have to see. The big question mark will be where Hayne comes out in all this, and I think it's going to end up being incredibly close to Jewel.
Yeah, I think that is the battle for the lead now is Todd Hayne versus Brenton Jewell. HGS Racing Yellow versus HGS Racing Blue, the same stable, different strategies, the 3-stop versus the 4-stop. I think that's going to be fascinating to see. Spyro the Lambo coming out behind Tractix Racing Blue quite comfortably, 20 seconds behind. So I misjudged how long that pit stop was going to take. So they come out in 8th place and a very comfortable 8th place. So I imagine that is where Spyro will finish the race, short of any drama for themselves or other teams. Likewise, Tractix Racing Blue, they are 18 seconds behind Chase McGubbin in the HGS Racing Red entry, so that's quite a lot of time to make up with only 20 minutes remaining, so I think that's where they will finish, barring any mistakes. HGS Racing Red, they're 42 seconds behind Breadline. Their race is with HGS Racing Red behind, but they have got a mighty head start of 18 seconds. ILEC 12 seconds behind Breadline Racing, which is being driven by Brock Kelly. Given the pace that Brock Kelly's had, he's going about a second a lap faster, even more than ILEC Motorsport. That battle is off. And they are 1 minute behind Vermilion Motorsports. So that is your main battle now on track is HGS Racing Yellow, HGS Racing Blue, and Vermilion Motorsport. HGS Racing Yellow and Blue, they are not fighting on track, but they are in a absolutely mighty tussle in the lap times, because that is when they pit, they are going to come out right alongside each other, and it's going to be who can drive faster in these next 3 laps that will get out ahead. And you imagine whoever is ahead will have a solid chance and be the favourite for victory.
Yeah, and Hayne is that fastest man on track at the moment. He's punching out around that 1:18.1 mark. The other 2 behind are more around that 1:18.5, 6, 7 mark. So he is making up quite serious amounts of time here. It's going to be a very interesting battle as well. Still, once again, Conomos slowly gaining on Jewel ahead. So he will actually probably be hoping, Hayne comes out right on top of Jewel. They start battling, as Vermilion have with HGS Racing Yellow this entire race. And it becomes a 3-car battle in the final 15 minutes. We can only hope.
Yeah, I do hope we have, at the end of the race, Connor Nixon and Kenny Conomos from Vermilion in the broadcast booth. We've heard from them. I say that because we've heard from them at most rounds, because it'd be interesting to know how they feel about that battling, given that it, did they lose 5 or 6 seconds in that battling? That might have meant that they could have come out ahead of HGS Racing Blue, had they just let HGS Racing Yellow past. Ooh, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't like to... I think it'd be an interesting alternate reality to see what would have happened. because we definitely saw a couple of laps in the 1 minute 20s compared to the 1 minute 18s that they're running now. So it's certainly not out of the question. So I'll be interested to get their thoughts. I'll also be interested to get the thoughts of HGS Racing Blue and HGS Racing Yellow. The likes of Hayne, Jewel. If we can get them at the end of the broadcast, if anyone is listening and is got a line to them, that would be wonderful, because I'd love to know how they, what their thoughts are about this battle of the strategies, and HGS Racing Yellow, how they saw that battle with Vermilion Motorsport, because that was one of the best battles I've seen in the GSRC since I've started commentary, in terms of just a lap after lap, absolute no holds barred tussle that ended cleanly. That's one of the best that I've seen, so I'd love to hear from them at the end of the race. Closest battle on track is what we are watching now. This is Clint Collard racing for HGS Racing, Australia-wide Racing Pink. They've had a tough morning even, with an extra pit stop compared to the car ahead, so they've had to make 5 pit stops. So I imagine they've definitely had an incident somewhere that's caused them to take that extra pit stop. The only team running the Audi, so I don't know how the Audi performs around here relative to the other cars, but given the only car running it, I imagine not particularly well. And they're currently chasing down John Baldwin in the Kidney-Stone Brothers racing car. They've had a couple of incidents as well. They were up racing Spyro the Lambo and HGS Racing Red at one point, but they've fallen down the order, and now they are just trying to defend from Clint Collard in Australian Ride Racing Pink entry, and that gap is now down to half a second. But I'll tell you what, the Kidney-Stone Brothers Racing, they've given us some highlights. I think they're one of the cars we've seen going too wide around here and hanging it on around the outside. Oh, that's deep. That's going to be slow. That's going to give Australian Ride Racing Pink a great run, going down onto the start-finish straight. Can they make the most of it? Getting a bit tail-happy over the hill. I think that's cost them their momentum. And I don't think they're going to be close enough to make a move into the first corner now. As we watch on board from the back of the Kidney-Stone Brothers Racing, this camera brought to you by West Orange Motors, and this broadcast as a whole brought to you by Logan Systems. And there you go. Are they going to go side by side across the top of the hill? No. Australia Ride Racing Pink look like they've got way more pace, don't they? But they just can't find a way through currently. Can they get close towards the bottom of this hill and perhaps set themselves up to get the inside line at the right-hander?
And Hayne in the pits as well, so we will have to go away from this battle in a tick to see where is Hayne going to come out.
This is it. This is where potentially the win of the final result of this race is going to be decided. Will they come out ahead of HGS Racing Blue? Have they done enough? He's put the hammer down for the last few laps, absolutely smashed it. He'll take a dash of fuel, won't take tyres. Will HGS Racing Blue come out ahead? They're already coming on to the start-finish straight, and I think HGS Racing Yellow, where are they? Can you see them in the pit lane? No, not yet. They're coming out. HGS Racing Blue are going to come out ahead.
Yep, they are. They are ahead. They're not much ahead. They're not much ahead, and and Hayne in the HGS Racing Yellow car has had the pace on Jewel in recent laps by about 0.4 of a second. So this now a second apart. The two different parts of HTS racing each other. It's going to be a great finish. Conomos as well. He's only 4 seconds behind these guys. So if it gets spicy, he will be right in there with them as well.
That's potentially only 2 or 3 laps of solid defence from HGS Racing Blue would bring the Vermilion Motorsport entry into it. And I'll tell you what, that will make for an interesting debrief and some interesting conversations.
All 3 in shot coming down the straight. Almost 4 hours into the end of the race. So, very good stuff.
Because if you're HGS Racing Blue, do you defend like a lion from HGS Racing Yellow for these last 30 minutes, knowing that potentially brings the Vermilion Motorsports into the contention for the victory and could cost HGS the victory all up? Or do you perhaps let HGS Racing Yellow try and secure the 1-2? I'll tell you what, if I was HGS Racing Blue, I'd want the win. I would want to say, look at how we made the freestyle work. Look at how it got us the victory despite not quite having the ultimate pace. I would defend like a lion, particularly because it's been such a hard track to overtake. Even if Vermilion Motorsport was to catch up these two, it's really hard to overtake, as we saw HGS Racing Yellow unable to get past. And Vermilion Motorsport, having been the slower than HGS Racing Yellow so far, I would back my stablemates as HGS Racing Yellow to be able to hold them off, and I would try and defend as much as I could. But can they do it? Will they be robust enough to hold them off for the next 12 minutes? Or will HGS Racing Yellow even decide that it's not worth it? HGS Racing Blue have driven a great race. Maybe just stay the 1-2 and not put them under pressure. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, it almost looks like they've saved enough fuel to be able to still push in this final bit, because Jules actually pulled out 4/10 on Hayne behind. Hayne actually dropping back towards that Vermilion entry, 3.5 seconds behind him now, which was 4 seconds a lap ago. So, this certainly isn't over. We didn't, I probably expected HGS Racing Yellow to be right on the back of Jewel here. But we're not seeing that mega pace that we saw in the last part of the stint right now.
I think we have seen cars go a little bit slower once they leave the pits. Even when they haven't taken fresh tyres in this last stop, most cars come out and they're about half a second slower, whether that's a few fuel or maybe the tyres just going down, maybe even a bit too much and needing another lap or two to get back up to pace. So I wouldn't read too much into that. But the other thing that could have happened is they might have short-fueled trying to get out ahead of HGS Racing Blue and misjudged it.
Well, potentially. I mean, it's not like it's blowing out at all. Well, it's now within a second, so they're certainly not losing time right now. But like last lap, we're looking at, so Hayden did an 18.8 and Jewel with an 18.45. And Conomos actually the fastest of the three with an 18.3 behind.
It'll be interesting to see what the lap times are this time around. 18.0 for Breadline Racing. They are absolutely smashing it. It's such a shame that they've ended up a minute behind. It would have been awesome to have them involved in this battle, because Brock Kelly in particular has been probably the driver of the race in terms of just sheer pace. He's been absolutely tremendous in that car today. And we saw his stablemate putting up some really good defense and not losing too much time defending. Did a really good, I think, a masterful job of judging when to defend and when to let cars through, just to try and give that team as a whole their best result. And I think fourth is a really good, would be a really good finishing spot for them if that is indeed where they finish this race. I'm just ashamed that it couldn't get a bit closer. But what couldn't get much closer is this battle between HGS Racing Blue, HGS Racing Yellow. HGS Racing Yellow now definitely has closed that gap, and they are in position to try and make a move. If HGS Racing Blue have been watching Vermilion Motorsport, they've been given a blueprint for how to defend, but will they do it? Will they defend the inside here from HGS Racing Yellow, make them go around the outside? No, he's going to give them the inside. I think that, to me, he's let him through.
Wow.
That is clever from a HGS Racing standpoint, but kind of takes the wind out of our sails.
yeah, it does.
With 10 minutes left to go, but HGS Racing Blue now, their job is to try and keep Vermilion Motorsports behind them, isn't it?
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. It's the smart thing to do. They can see, and that Vermilion car is catching. 2.5 seconds behind Jewel now, particularly with that sort of overtake involved. So there is a chance for that Vermilion car to make it back. But yeah, it's frustrating that we won't get to see that battle that we thought we might see. But they'll still race close towards the end as well. Collard and John Baldwin for
Australian Ride Racing Pink
place are having an absolute tussle too. Let's just have a quick look at just going here.
So this is Kidney Stone Brothers Racing and Australian Wide Racing Pink. What's happened here?
Oh. Okay.
That's not where you want to go off. I think he'll avoid the wall. But that's why he's ended up behind. So I just noticed John Baldwin ended up behind Pete Edwards. So losing out to HGS Racing Green as well and losing 2 spots. Oh, HGS Racing, Tractis Racing Blue, they're back in the pits.
Oh no.
They had to make another pit stop. I wonder if that's another penalty for track limits.
Gee, potentially. How many have they got? So, yeah, they've had 31 off tracks. They have they've had a few. So I guess it would depend on how many car contacts and that sort of thing they've had as well. Although he looks like he's actually having a pit. I wonder whether he's had some sort of damage or something.
Yeah, really interesting, and that's put Spider Lambo up into 7th place. They'll be happy with that after being 8 seconds off the pack at the end of lap 1. Now we're watching HGS Racing Green. They are right behind Australia Wide Racing Pink, so that's another change of position. Australia Wide Racing Pink were behind HGS Racing Green, they're now back ahead. Is it? No, I'm thinking of Kingston Brothers. Apologies. This is HGS Racing Green battling Australia Wide Racing Pink. We saw both of them go past Kidney Stone Brothers Racing. I'm just going to point out that battle at the front with HGS Racing Yellow getting ahead of HGS Racing Blue. Notice how Yellow aren't pulling away. I think perhaps Blue have asked Yellow to go ahead so they've got they can get the tow and have someone to drive behind to help them get the fuel to the end. Exactly. I wonder if it's marginal because they've been pushing because they were leading the race and didn't have anyone in front of them. I wonder if that's put them marginal on fuel.
I think you could be right. It was always going to be a very difficult strategy, which is why no one else has been able to pull it off. But as well, now within 2 seconds, that Vermilion car. So they'll be desperately trying to keep this going.
Yeah, I think that's what's happened here. I think they've asked for the slipstream to try and save a bit of fuel for these last few laps just because they're on the bubble. And that's why neither of these cars has got the pace currently of Vermilion, because no HGS Racing Yellow, we know they've got pace. I think they've got more pace than this. I wonder if HGS Racing Yellow are driving within themselves just to make sure HGS Racing Blue has that nice, lovely gap in the air to drive through.
This was Edwards passing Collard.
Down the inside.
Yeah, textbook.
Beautiful.
Well done.
Yeah, really nicely done from Peter Edwards there. So that gap now is 2 seconds, and we've got 5 minutes to go. That's going to be about four laps remaining, which means Vermilion Motorsport need about half a second a lap to make this up, and they've been about 4/10 a lap faster. So, and Kenny Conmos pulls something out of the bag and catch these guys. He's going to need 1 minute 18 deads if he's going to do it. No, only the same pace this lap. Didn't make any time, still 2 seconds behind. The thing is, if he can get 1 second, that gets him into the slipstream, helps him out a little bit. So this definitely isn't over, but I think this is going to require something special from Vermilion if they're going to finish anywhere other than 3rd place and perhaps get the HS Racing Blue team, which seems to be, we suspect, marginal fealty in the race as the only team to have done 3 stops, and given how easily their stablemates HGS Racing Yellow get through.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, getting up to this battle is one thing for Conmos. Then he's got to get past 1 or 2 HTS cars that are already clearly working together.
I think
that's going to be very, very difficult.
2's out of the question, isn't it? I think if Vermilion Motorsports were to get past HGS Racing Blue, then HGS Racing Yellow drop the hammer and let them go. But 1, it's incredibly unlikely, but it's not out of the question. But the HGS Racing boys
are, though, as well.
Yeah, they're doing a perfect job. They're judging this to absolute perfection so far. HGS Racing Blue have driven magnificently. For me, they're the car of the race. They've been absolutely superb. The only car to run a free stopper. I don't remember any incidents. I don't remember any off tracks, any spins. They've done absolutely nothing wrong, and they've come within a whisker of winning the race on an alternate strategy. And so for me, they have been the car of the race. Absolutely superb. And as much as I'd like to see a battle between Vermilion and HGS Racing Blue for that 2nd place before the end of the race, also I think HGS Racing Blue are really good value for their 2nd place.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's definitely been well earned. They've run like a well-oiled machine. HGS Racing Blue today, very clearly, very well planned. Understood exactly how much fuel they needed to save. I will say I've been very impressed by Vermilion as well. Their ability to withstand the constant pressure from HGS Racing Yellow and not make many mistakes of significance despite lap after lap after lap of attempted overtakes has been a brilliant performance. still gaining on them too. He's only 1.5 seconds behind Jewel now, and we roll into this next lap with 3 minutes to go. So I would say we've got 3 laps to go.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The laps were 1 minute 20 here, so they're going to cross the line with 40 seconds remaining, and then once they cross the line after that 4 minutes after that 4 hours of laps, that'll be the end of the race. There will not be an extra lap. The way it works, I'm hoping I'm correct here, otherwise I'm going to get called out massively, is as soon as that 4 hours is over, the checker flag waves, and then the next time they pass that will be the end of the race.
Well, almost. Except my understanding of iRacing is that lap gets decided the lap before. Because once the red flag's out, the white flag's out. Even if, for some reason the timing doesn't add up by the time you get there. So it's the timing if you get to the white to actually cause the white flag, in my understanding.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was different for a longer race versus a sprint race, but I think you're right. That's definitely how it works for the sprint races. Hence why we always get the Zaculator out when
yes.
Zach's there trying to figure out when that white flag is gonna appear, and I just wind him up and let him go, because it's not worth trying to get a word in when he's on the roll like he is. And
well, unless you need to interrupt him because there's a big battle on track, and he's too busy doing maths. Which can happen from time to time, but it's a big surprise when when you come back from maths and you look and there's a wild battle on field.
Either that, or he's trying to get a dig in on about daylight savings, which is always fun. It's usually I think at the moment it's about 10 seconds before he gets a dig in. Every GT3, it's like just part of his opening skit now.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, it's pretty much straight into it, which we love to see. I appreciate I want a bingo shirt actually. I haven't got one.
I do appreciate the what's the word I'm looking for? The efficiency with which he gets it in these days. No messing around, just straight in the intro. I tell you what, HGS Racing Blue, if I was feeling cheeky, I'd go for a dig on the last lap.
Yeah,
we're about to go to that 4 hours, so I think this will be the final time that they'll cross the flag. If I was HGS Racing Blue, I'd be thinking, do I get out the inside here?
Kelly is in the
pits. Kelly's in the pits. Has he not quite made it?
Racing? Potentially, no. You got Chris Hen, 28 seconds behind him. He could lose 4th spot here.
Unless he gets overtaken.
No, we got Barney waving. Oh God, where is he?
That's the end of the race. Race over.
That's game, set, match.
HGS Racing Yellow take the victory. HGS Racing Blue finished in 2nd place. Vermilion Motorsport 1.6 seconds back in 3rd. Redline Racing, they will finish in 4th spot. I think they've taken fuel just to be safe with it, and they knew that the other cars had been overlapped, so they could do that, and there was no risk to their place. Ardeck Motorsport finished in a very strong 5th place. I think they've had a brilliant race. HGS Racing Red, they will finish in 6th. Spyro the Lambo, they've crossed the line. They've finished in 7th place, recovering from being 6 seconds down off the pack at the end of lap 1. HGS Racing Blue, they finish in 8th place after some fantastic pace, punctuated with some extra stops, which are really took them out of contention for the top 5. HGS Racing Green, they've had a tough race. They finished in 9th place. Australia Wide Racing Pink finished in 10th as the only Audi. Kidney Stone Brothers Racing, we're running fairly strong, looking at the back end of that top 5. However, had some incidents and have ended up in 11th place. Tractix Racing Green, their Lamborghini was in a broken state fairly early on, and they persisted for quite a while, but they ended up retiring 52 laps before the end. And that is your brief summary of the race. HGS Racing Yellow and Racing Blue, they are now side by side in a formation for the in-lap. HGS Racing Blue, the only team to make a free stop strategy work. Absolutely tremendous drive from them. Came within a whisker of getting the win. Actually came out ahead of HGS Racing Yellow after all the stops had been made, but just letting HGS Racing Yellow through due to their greater pace, and I think HGS Racing Blue being so marginal. I feel like they thought maybe the slipstream was the safe option, with the slipstream was better than trying to spend fuel trying to keep HGS Racing Yellow behind them. Vermilion Motorsports, they drove a fantastic race. Some incredible defensive driving to keep HGS Racing Yellow behind them, but it just wasn't quite enough after they pitted a little bit earlier and gave HGS Racing Yellow the overcut that cost them that position, and they came out behind HTS Racing Blue, were not able to wheel them in. They came out 6 seconds behind them, got that gap down to 1.8 at the line, just not enough to get second place, but really well-deserved podium for them, and I think they'll be quite happy with that, given they earlier said they didn't have much practice breadline racing. They were superb. Brock Kelly, quickest man on the circuit in that Porsche, drove an absolutely fantastic race. But as a team, just didn't quite have the pace to go with the top cars. But I think that is an incredible result for them, and they will be very happy to have been. I think they've got the fastest lap of the race as well, so they'll be really, really happy with that. Behind them, you had Ilek Motorsport, the lead Lamborghini. Really clean race. They just did exactly what it should look like. Didn't have the pace of the top runners, but kept it clean, and really made that 5th place theirs, whilst other cars around them struggled. HTS Racing Red, they had some good pace, but just couldn't quite go with the other HTS Racing boys. They ended up in 6th place. Spyro the Lambo had an incident, went off track lap 1. They were on a recovery since then. I think they kept it clean after that, pretty much, other than one small incident, and they've been rewarded with a 7th place finish, which I'll be happy with. Tactics Racing Blue, all the pace in the world, but too many incidents. They end up in 8th place. Pete Edwards, HTS Racing Green, these are the first of the cars that really had really struggled, I think, this race. It's fair to say we saw HTS Racing Green with a couple of incidents. Australia Rod Racing Pink, I don't remember seeing any particular incidents, but perhaps just not having the pace here today, and they have made an extra pit stop, so definitely they had something go wrong there. Kingston Brothers Racing with 2 extra stops. We saw them coming unstuck. They were looking really good halfway through the race, but just the second half of the race not as clean as the first half. And then Tractix Racing Green retired early after finding the wall multiple times, and were lucky not to, I think, just retire the car hurt. With the engine in the Lambo being in the middle. I think if the engine had been in the front, they'd have been out a bit earlier. Just not their day. They'll come back for Bathurst, and they'll be stronger there, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So I haven't had any drivers jump into the booth as of yet. So we'll give them a minute or two. I'm sure they're doing inter-team debriefs and all that sort of thing. Yeah, see what everyone thought of that race. There was some excellent battles out there, so I'm sure they'll have some interesting stories about what happened.
That's certainly were. And I'll tell you what, can we get... Oh, Todd Hayne is now about to join us. Ah, here we go. Here's the drivers. Let's bring Todd Hayne in. And Sean McLaughlin. Todd, have we got you there? Take that as a no. Sean, have we got you?
Yes, you do.
Excellent. Fantastic. 1 out of 2 ain't bad. Sean, who are you driving for today?
HTS Blue.
HTS Blue. I think you drove while we were off air, so I don't think I saw your name. I also wasn't sure who you were driving for. So you were HTS Racing Blue, who did that tremendous alternate strategy, only 3 stopping and getting to the end of the race, whereas everybody else had at least 4 stops. That's obviously something you decided on beforehand. How tough was it to make it to the end on only 3 stops?
Yeah, it was very stressful in the last 10 minutes there. We thought we were a lap short on fuel, but crunching all the numbers before the race, we just had our set number and resisted the temptation to push the car in the early stages and save that extra fuel when everyone else was battling.
Yeah, is that why you let HTS Racing Yellow through in that final stint, just to get the slipstream and get a bit of extra margin on your fuel?
Yeah, that's exactly what we were doing, just to have that buffer.
Yeah, I have to say we were gutted when you let them through. we're bigging it up to be like this tremendous battle, and then they went through. But as soon as you went through, I was like, they are marginal on fuel. I wonder if they've not quite got it right. So it's good to hear that sort of what's the word I'm looking for? That theory held water. So that was, that would have been really nervous for the last stint. Was there any point during the race where you felt like it wasn't going to work, or was it really only that last few minutes where you thought, oh, actually, we might have miscalculated here?
No, not really. I was feeling quite confident after the first stint, where we made the hour by like 30 seconds. But I wasn't feeling confident when I went straight on at turn one and buried it in the wall.
Yeah, that's not ideal. That's sure ideal. So without that cheat, you could have got the win.
It would have been close. I think the top three cars all had their own issues throughout the race, so it would have been interesting to see where everyone ended up if not for that.
Yeah, certainly. Were you surprised when he came out ahead of HTS Racing Yellow after the final stops played out?
Yeah, yes and no. We knew the margin we had to keep to them was about 35 seconds for the pit transit and the fuel. So, yeah.
Yeah, so absolutely tremendous job. I think you should all pat yourselves on the back to be the only team to commit to it and make it work is a phenomenal effort, and to almost sneak the win out of it was incredible. Did you decide to go for that strategy because you knew you didn't have the pace of like the HTS Racing Yellow, or did you just sort of come up to it independent of knowing your pace?
Well, in the practice sessions leading up to this race, the track was absolutely cooking at 54 degrees, so we had multiple strategies in place just in case it cooled down. We were almost going to split it evenly into five even stints, just to keep the tyres fresh in the hotter conditions. But when we saw it at 28 or 25 degrees, whatever it was, we went for the three-stopper.
Yeah, well, congratulations. Second place is an incredible achievement, and to be so close to the win, I dare say you'll be pretty happy with that, and the audacity to give it the free stopper when everyone else is going for the four stopper, and stick to your guns and not question it after you saw everybody else pit a bit early. I think that's deserves a round of applause, if anything, so congratulations. Well, now I'll move on to Todd. Have we got you now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Excellent. Got the victory. Geez, you had to work hard for it, though.
Yeah, had to work real hard for that one. Just want to thank the boys at HTS and our sponsors first if we can, Special Sales, Harvey Norman, Build Lock and Sideways Photography. Wouldn't have been able to do it without them fellas. They put together an awesome car, so yeah, it was great.
Yeah, so when you came out behind HTS Racing Blue, was there any comms? Did you what was going on behind the scenes there? Did you think you were going to be fighting towards the end, or had you already sort of discussed and knew that they were a bit marginal?
To be fair, after the battle I had with Kenny, I had no idea what was really going on. So when I came out just behind them, it was a bit of a surprise for us, but it was good. We sort of had a bit of a chat and figured out where we were in the race and worked together to get the 1-2. Yeah,
how many times did you overtake Vermillion in that race? Because I swear every time we went to you, you'd be somehow be behind them, even if you'd been ahead of them last time we'd looked. Was it 3 or 4 times you had to overtake them in the end?
Yeah, I think it was 3 times in the end. Too many times.
Yeah, so what happened the last time? So we cut away after an hour and a half. And then we came, and you were ahead of Vermillion at that point. And then we came back and you were behind. So had you had a spin in those middle stints?
Yeah, we had. I think Truster might have had a little bit of a spin at the double rights, and we just grabbed the fence there, and then we had to take the fast repair then as well. So yeah, that's how we got behind them there.
Right, yeah, and then just talk us through that battle which we've got on screen now between yourself and Vermillion, because that was some incredible racing. Could see the frustration building trying to get past, and they just kept defending in the same way every single time, defending down the inside here. Yeah, do you want to just talk us through what the thought process was throughout this battle?
The only real thought process I had was we had to get par, so I was trying my best to do that, but it was definitely an intense race. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, I think how many times did you touch? It was 4 or 5 times, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think I had about 10 car contacts or something like that at the end of it.
And were those coming up as 4Xs or 0Xs?
Nah, they were all 0Xs.
All 0Xs. I was going to say, because if they were 4Xs, I was like, geez, these guys need to be a bit careful with the amount of contact. Glad they were 0Xs, because that would have been, yeah, I think that would have been,
yeah,
perhaps not great.
I was pretty tight on incidents too, so thinking back, it probably wasn't the smartest idea. But anyway, we made it to the end.
You certainly did, and you got the victory, and you had tremendous pace. I think the only person that had the pace of the HKS Racing Yellow car lap after lap after lap. Of course, Vermilion were very close. HKS Racing Blue were close, but I think you did have a slight edge of pace over them. Was the Breadline car of Brock Kelly? That was a surprise in the first stint. They were absolutely killing it.
Yeah, Brock's always quick. It's always good fun racing him because you know you're going to get a good fight with him. So yeah, no, it was good.
Yeah, I bet you were secretly pleased to see them drop away a bit in the middle stints.
Oh yes and no. We enjoy having a good race as well. So that's why we're all here. Would have been good to see him up fighting with the front three, and would have been good at the end, but it's not to be.
Yeah, not to be. Of course, it was to be for you guys, getting a fantastic win. Bathurst up next. Do you think you can get another win there?
It's the most important one, so I hope so.
It certainly is. 8 hours, extra points on the board. Being at Bathurst and an 8-hour race, I'm sure we're going to get all the teams come out of the roadwork. I wouldn't be surprised if we get over 20 cars there compared to the 12 we had tonight. So that will be the race of the season, I think. Although I'd be surprised if we get a one-on-one battle, anything like what we had between you and Vermilion. That was definitely the highlight of the broadcast. So congratulations again on your victory. Congratulations on your fantastic racing with Vermilion, and I hope to see you again at Bathurst.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll cross over now to Connor Nixon for Vermilion Motorsport. We've also got Kenny Colomoss in the booth, but he's muted, so I won't cut to him. And he's just left, so he evidently heard me and decided he's not ready to talk. Connor, how was your heart during that battle between Vermilion and HTS Racing Yellow? We can't hear you, Connor.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was still in my chest. Yeah, I mean the battle was. Yeah, I'd use different words for it. Let's just say that, but the main one would be a bit dumb. We actually wanted to pull away a little bit, you know, get away from you know, HCS Blue, and yeah, Yellow just wanted to keep fighting, so we just went, nah, we got to pull away at one point. So, and that was it. You know, we had to make a call. It was either stay out, lose even more time, or yeah, do something else. So I told Kenny, just make them go the long way. If they do the under and over, don't let them through. Got a lot of 0Xs. We almost got 10 about a good 3 times. So yeah, definitely an interesting one. So yeah, it was yeah, we were getting bumped around too much, so I was like, yeah, no, we'll just go into the pits. That's easy.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen quite so much contact in the GT3s without somebody end up facing the wrong way, which I think is a testament to the skill of the 2 drivers involved. Kenny Columbus and Todd Hayne both driving superbly there. Do you think without I mentioned in the broadcast that you know, without that battling, it would have been a lot closer between yourself and HTS Racing Blue. Do you think, looking back, maybe the play might have been to dive into the pits even earlier?
Yeah, so we lost about. I kept track of what they were doing, so I just muted my mic and let Kenny drive basically. And I was just looking at the time, and yeah, we lost about 4 to 5 seconds battling them. So it was definitely my bad to go. We'll just stay out a bit more. Yeah, yeah, it was a bit of a weird one. Then we came out 7 seconds behind. Just told Kenny to push even more, find even more pace. Yeah, he caught up right to the back of him. Then when they started slipstreaming, Kenny was still pushing, got down to a 1.5. But yeah, when you're in the slip, I mean, you can't do much. So that was it. I mean, but yeah, definitely interesting race. Definitely thought we had in the bag, to be honest. But it is what it is.
Yeah, did you consider at any point when you realised that you know, battling HTS Racing Yellow was costing you time to Blue and that they were very much in contention for the lead, did you consider just, I know you pitted in the end, but before that, did you consider just letting HTS Racing Yellow through and sort of trying to go for second place and getting up first?
If Yellow went in front, we thought they would just hold us up again, just, you know, as you do. I've seen it a lot over the years, you know, over the couple of years I've been doing this, so we're like, nah, just keep them behind. And we honestly thought their tyres would go, but obviously they know how to work a setup and know the conditions. So I mean, yeah, it's just how it is. We had quite a bit of understeer at the end there, so yeah, it was one of those things, you know.
Yeah, one of those things that no matter what you did, it just wasn't gonna quite work out for you.
Yeah.
And HS Racing Yellow had a fantastic pace, particularly in the early stages of the race. So yeah, it was always going to be tough to get the victory. And HS Racing Blue, when you're fighting someone on a different strategy, it's really hard to tell. I imagine where it's all going to shake out.
I think the main thing we pull out of this, you know, we didn't make any mistakes, just kept the car on track. For Kenny and I, we only had probably a 30-minute worth of break, you know, and that was pretty good. Yeah, let's just jump in and, yeah, proud of Kenny. It was awesome to race with Kenny. Yeah, good banter over the race, and yeah, no, it was definitely good fun. Like, enjoyed myself. But yeah, bit nail biting, but you know, I think we'll definitely go back to the drawing board and go, yeah, where did we bugger up? But yeah, main focus now is don't know, actually, probably Scops or don't know, Bathurst basically.
Yeah, you could definitely take some pride in that performance. You did your livery proud, which was really good to see. And yeah, so you've got Scops on the horizon up next. That's of course the biggest V8 championship and one of the biggest series in iRacing at all. So that's really good to see. What else you got coming up?
Trying to beat SVG in another supercar championship, and yeah, leading the championship right now, and only 2 rounds to go. So focus on that on Tuesday. And yeah, don't know what Kenny's doing. So yeah, but yeah, they're the main goals, and yeah, yeah, well done HGS, I guess.
Yeah, HGS Racing getting first and second place. Doesn't get much better than that. I think HGS Racing Green, the only HGS Racing team that will probably come away a bit unhappy with their race. I think even, you know, HGS Racing Yellow, HGS Racing Red even, finishing in 6th place, I think they'll be quite happy with that. So HGS Racing definitely having a great race. Yeah, really good battling. I do recommend you go back and watch the replay for the battle, because it was absolutely superb. And we'll cross now to Kenny Economos, who was the driver involved in that battle. How are you going, Kenny?
Yeah, very well, thanks. Thanks, Liam.
How was that battle from the cockpit?
It was pretty intense for each battle as well. But yeah, that last one, it was just it was pretty ongoing. You know, I was looking at the time remaining. I think when it started, it was at 15 minutes, and I think we went maybe for about 15 minutes before we decided to pull in the pit. So I was really not sure how long I could keep doing that for, but I kind of did it long enough to think that I could keep doing it, and then we quickly sort of realised that yeah, we were just losing a lot of time, and there's a lot of pressure there, and we decided to just make a move rather than just sit there and sort of let it happen, or something bad happen, you know, like one of us get taken out. So it was a tricky one, but enjoyable.
Yeah, I can imagine the blood pressure was through the roof during that battle. We were watching it, mesmerized, I think is the correct word, by the intensity of the battle. Some of the best defensive driving I've seen. So congratulations for that. That was a superb display in how to defend the position. But I was talking to Connor, and I'll just get your opinion as well. In hindsight, do you think it was the right strategy, given you ended up behind HGS Racing Blue, who potentially were there for the picking, or would you do anything differently, or were you just happy that you had the battle, it was great fun, and you wouldn't really change anything?
Yeah, I think it was tricky. You know, at that point, we saw an opportunity for a win, so we just wanted to go for it and hold the position, which we proved that we could hold it. But then, by the time we realised it was sort of too late, we still decided to do it. But yeah, if we knew more exactly where HCS Blue was, and because we didn't know how far behind, or we didn't know how close they were to us really. So if we knew how close they were, then we probably would have played it smarter. But either way, you know, we came into this with pretty minimal prep. You know, I just jumped on this morning for half an hour before, and Benny gave us the setup, so thanks to Benny for getting that sorted, and Connor was great to work with. So for what we brought together at the end, we've done a really good job. It just feels I don't know what the word is for it, but when you get a taste of it and then it's just not quite there, it's a little frustrating. But either way, we've got to give ourselves a pat on the back.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you were in the battle for the victory, and that's just watching that now, even on the replay, that's all you can really ask for. Particularly given the minimal prep. Really looking forward to seeing the resumption of Vermilion versus HGS Racing Yellow first next time round. Will you be in the cockpit for that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we'll put in some prep for Bathurst and give it one last good crack and see how far up we can put it.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful. Thanks for joining us, Kenny and Connor from Vermilion. We'll now cross over to John Baldwin, who was driving for the Kidney Stone brothers. Had a few incidents in the end, John, but the first half of the race was really strong.
Yeah, we had a pretty reasonable start. Some guys fell off, and then after I handed the car back to Brett, he just hit the pit limiter a smidge too early, and we got a hold for 40 seconds, which we had to serve. So that kind of killed it for us, and then it was a battle trying to stay in touch with inside the top 10, and we just ran a little bit short on fuel.
That's absolutely gutting when it's something like that. I was expecting that to have been an incident or something, but for it to be the spinning in the pit lane, that's really tough to swallow.
Yeah, I think he was doing about 76 or 78 k's an hour when he crossed the green cones. He probably hit it about a car length too early. Big penalty for something so minor.
Yeah, something that probably gained you half a second tops. And to lose 40.
Yeah, that's the frustrating thing. It probably gains you like half a second, and then you got to drive through the pits again and sit for 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's one of the harsh realities of iRacing that they're so strict on something like that. But I guess, you know, motorsports in general is pretty strict on pit lane conduct because of the safety of the pit crews. But it's one of those things you wonder is like, have they got the balance there right there when it takes, you know, someone out of the field for gaining half a second when there's obviously no real danger because it's all virtual. But other than that, are you pretty happy with your performance otherwise?
Yeah, we were going okay, mate. The car had decent sort of balance. It had reasonable speed. So we probably, you know, all things being equal, we could have probably held on to the 8th or 9th or something like that. But in the end, is what it is. It was a good fun track to drive around once you got a bit of a rhythm in, and it was, you know, enjoyable having a few battles here and there with Dave, and then the boys late in the race, Pete Edwards and one other guy, I can't remember the name, in a Lambo.
In Lambo.
Yeah, it might have been him. Yeah.
Was it the purple Lambo?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That'd be one of the Brodies. Either Brody Tressida or Brody Shepherd.
No, they were a bit far in front of us, so it wasn't them, it was someone else.
Oh, sorry, I thought you referred to earlier, because there was a point in the race where I think you were around Spyro chasing you down, and then I think you had your incident. And
we were in front of them, I think, when we got our speeding fine.
Yeah, that correlates with what I was seeing on the timing screen. So yeah, it would have been possibly Clint Collard and the Australia Rod Racing were. No, it must have been Tactics Racing Green you had a battle with at some point.
Yeah, that was them, I think, yeah.
Because Australia Rod Racing were in the Audi. HGS Racing Green you would have battled. Oh, Tactics Racing Blue, potentially?
Yeah, I think it was. I think it might have. There was one Lambo and one Beamer that we were mixing it up with towards the end.
Yeah.
But we're about 13 litres short.
Yeah, that's quite short. 13 litres. That's a real shame.
13 litres short. We actually were pretty good on fuel compared to everyone else. I mean, I'm a bit heavier than Brett, and I was getting 41 laps, and he was getting 43.
Yeah, did you see that HS Racing Blue managed to do a free stop?
Yes, yeah, that was insane.
Yeah, that was incredible. Looking forward now to Bathurst.
We're going to draft Guy Leachy in for that one, so that'll help our track speed because he's a pretty good good steerer. So, but hopefully more of the 22 entries will turn up for Bathurst. I'm assuming they will.
Yeah, I wonder if I even wonder if we'll get a couple of extra entries for Bathurst.
Yeah, well, I understand that the entries have closed, but I wouldn't have an issue letting a few extra guys in if that's what they wanted to do.
Yeah, you could even make it a second class and say, okay,
Yeah.
won't take
Have a
you into
different-
consideration for points, but just like for the one-off race, just to fill the pack up and make it a bit more intense. We'll
I
have to
think
put that
that'd
forward
work.
to David Johnson and see what he thinks about that.
Yeah. Anyway, I just popped in to thank you boys for your time this afternoon, and good job again, and we'll catch you in a month at Bathurst, I guess.
Yeah, thank you very much. Looking forward to Bathurst, and I'm hoping I can get behind the wheel at Bathurst again as well. We'll have to wait and see on that. But yeah, thank you very much for your kind words, and thank you for joining us in the commentary box. Wonderful to talk to you, John, as always. And good luck with the rest of your racing in the GSRC. What have you got coming up this week?
Well, I'm going to have a crack at the FRG Formula Ford series, but we'll have Gents Formula Ford and Porsches on Thursday night.
Excellent. It'd be good to see you there. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
All right, cool, mate. See ya.
See ya. We've now been joined by David Johnson, who is the head of this series, and we heard from him a little bit earlier. Did you enjoy the last hour or so, David?
Yeah, that was great to watch. I was glad I wasn't in the car. I had actually, what got my attention that I'd come in and say today was entries are definitely open for Bathurst. The Friday before the race entries closed for each round, but no, absolutely taking people who want to have a one-off crack at the mountain. Come on in.
Excellent. I'll make sure to proc that in the in all of my in all my broadcasts for the GT3s because that's the target audience. So I'll make sure to raise that when we go back there tomorrow night for the round 7. It is round 7, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think you're right. So yeah, I think the reality is, for a lot of teams, the practice commitment to show up every month and be as competitive as some of these cars we saw on track is a tricky one. But everyone's done laps of Bathurst, so yeah, I'm expecting some good big numbers for that. And I think we'll have a good mid section of the field and the same familiar faces at the front, and a bit more of what we saw today.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think with Road Atlanta being such a difficult track, it puts off some of the teams that can't put in the time. I mentioned it in the first stint that it's just one of those tracks that does require respect. You can't just rock up and drive unless you're some of the best drivers in the on the platform. Most mere mortals can't just rock up to Road Atlanta and expect to get around without crashing, which has been evidenced by the fact that I think only 3 or 4 cars got through the race today out of the 12 without crashing, and some were lucky to be able to continue after the amount of times they hit the wall.
Cheeky comment, I'd suggest there was only one driver who made it through with 0x today.
Yeah. Was it you, by any chance?
Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Congratulations, that's a solid effort. Road Atlanta is such a difficult track. Yeah, that's pretty intense, actually. That's congratulations, you should be happy with that. I think you deserve a coffee or a beer, depending on your alcohol status.
Yeah, everyone's gone out, so it might be beer time.
Yeah, or even like a 0x?
No, nothing for that. Just make sure you avoid the drive-throughs. That's the only one, really.
You do get to talk about it in the broadcast and brag about it, though. So
I can talk myself up. There's not many other angles compared to the guys you've just been talking to at their pace that I could talk myself up. So I'll take that one, run with it. But just thanks for your time again today, guys. That broadcast looked awesome. Thanks to the guys who put on the on-track action. And let's go do it at Bathurst to finish off the season.
Yeah, and thanks to Login Systems for making the broadcast possible. You mentioned about broadcast. Just get your thoughts as the sort of head for the series. How are you feeling about the series as a whole so far? You happy with how it's gone? Are there plans for another series for the back end of this year? What's the thinking?
Yeah, so the default starting position is always to do this again and then do it in 2 seasons every year, same as we did last year. Look, the main teams that are showing up and running consistently to date have given me their commitment. They're coming back and they're enjoying their weekend when we do this, and I certainly am. So at the moment, it's almost a position of those who aren't here don't know what they're missing out on, to be honest. We wouldn't want to go much lower on a field size, so we'll wait and see how we go on that. But no, current plan is when we hit the track at Bathurst after that race, we will have the reveal for the next season ahead, and we'll go from there. And at the moment, we've had a real focus in the I think we might be up to 4 seasons of this now on rotating the tracks and not revisiting the same places again. I think next season it might be time for a bit of a best of. So, hitting some of the absolute big hitters and trying to get some real big fields out there again.
So there you go. That's that confirmed. Bathurst is back next season as well as this season.
Well, I think it's always been a thing that I'm really passionate about with the club, in that the numbers talk. It's one thing to jump on Discord or Facebook and talk about how excited you are about something, but it's a club that belongs to the members, and it's the numbers that show up in the servers that dictate when and where we go racing, right? So, if you're passionate about Bathurst and you want to be back here again in November or December for another big event, get your entry in and show up for this one, and that will lock it in.
So if anybody wants to give their thoughts on what inclusion should be in the calendar for next season, what's the best place for them to drop those thoughts?
Mostly probably in our Discord. I am probably a little bit more receptive to paid members' thoughts, I guess. So we've got a great Discord for our paid members. For anyone who's watching on that's not signed up yet, chuck it in there. We've got an Enduro Discord that branches off that. Happy to have ideas, but I've not given away much yet. But there's a fair bit of stuff locked away in the back of my mind. Yeah, might be time for a bit of a poll amongst those who've shown up and done a lot of the racing as well.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. If you are, particularly if you are a racer and you have thoughts of what you'd really like to see next season, if it can be fit in, please do drop your thoughts into ideally the GSRC Endurance Discord, so that David can get a hold of that and respond to your desires. It may be that there's no space next season, but I'm sure this season after that will already start forming in the back of David's back of your mind, David, and any tracks that come up that aren't there next season will already be in the back of your mind for the season after.
Yep, 100%. And last thought before I run, just thank you to Josh and Dean in race control today. They had a real cruisy day, which was great. But really appreciate their support. We will get this login system safety car on the track at some time, and I'm sure Bathurst is probably the place where that's going to happen.
I'm sure there will be at least a crash at the top of the hill. If I am driving, I can guarantee there will be a crash at the top of the hill, and it will be
bringing value in multiple ways to the broadcast, Liam.
Exactly. I'll do
if
it.
Liam does it, that's when we're not on broadcast. So
no,
what's
I'll
your game
do it
plan?
and immediately hop back into the broadcast.
Yeah, I like that.
Just sacrifice Spyro for the good of the broadcast. No, I don't think the Brodies would let me live that down if I did that. I think I'd be exorcised from the team that I started. But thank you for joining us, David, and thank you for putting on the series. It's been a lot of fun to bring the broadcasts to everybody, and I'm already looking forward to Bathurst and to next season.
Fantastic work. Thanks, guys. Talk soon.
Thank you. And of course, those broadcasts have been brought to you by Login Systems, who are the title sponsor for the GSRC Endurance Championship. It's thanks to their backing that we're able to bring you these broadcasts, that we're able to bring you Race Control, which hired a big thank you to the two in Race Control, doing a tremendous effort. Thankfully, we've had a quiet race, so hopefully they've just been able to sit back and enjoy watching the broadcast. But they will be around for Bathurst as well, and it's wonderful to be able to bring you live Race Control and a broadcast, and that is all thanks to the hard work of David and the backing of Login Systems. And of course, Login Systems aren't the only sponsor that the GSRC has this season. We have a range of club sponsors, and they include Blackout Electrical Solutions, Login Systems, West Orange Motors, and you can see the banners across the top and the bottom of your screen as we go racing. And right now, Astute Finance, Insurance and Wealth, Fisher Door Lawyers, and Waste Options. They are a bevy of sponsors that bring you all that the GSRC has to offer. Talk about what the GSRC has to offer. Do we have the graphic for what's coming up this week at the GSRC?
No, we do not.
We do not. We will be bringing you the GT3 and the GT4s tomorrow. They will be live at the normal time. Will there be up-and-comers on Tuesday?
There won't be a broadcast this week. The up-and-comers will be driving. The plan is for up-and-comers to probably do round 9 and at least round 10 in that sort of super sprint format that gave us so much enjoyment last season, watching the Brilliant Championship battle.
All right, so there you go. No up-and-comers broadcast this Tuesday, but they will be back before the end of the season. Then, as always, on well, on Wednesday there will be the Supercars and Formula 4. There will be no broadcast this week. However, I believe the plan is to bring round 10 live again, just like we did for round 5, which was great fun. Had a great time in the commentary booth on that one with Sam when we could see the cars on track. And then on Thursday, as always, we'll bring you live the Production Car Cup, which goes through a range of different cars. Not sure what car it is this week.
Touring cars are into Lagos this week, so that'll be very good. Production cars been a phenomenal season. When I'm not punting off my broadcast colleagues, but that should be brilliant. And then you've got the Porsches at Magna Core. So another brilliant circuit.
So if I'm feeling well enough, I might have to get into the TCR for Interlagos. And then we've got the Porsche Cup at Magna Core, which again will be fantastic. The Porsche Cup is one of the best series that we offer here at the GSRC. I'd say second only to the GT3 series in terms of the numbers we get and the passion of those involved and the professionalism. Quite frankly, it's the pace of that series is phenomenal. And then on Friday it is the USF 2000. It's been a little bit low on numbers, which is a shame. But it's a really great car, fantastic car, one of the cars on the Indy ladder. We can't bring you a broadcast for that because of Motorsport Games. Thank you for that. And IndyCar, wonderful licensing agreement there. And so you can guess my thoughts on that. And yes, and then we will have the Mountain Men on Saturday, which will not be broadcast, and that is more for fun. So yeah, please join us out on track. Join us for the broadcasts. My name's Liam Banks. Sam Chapman has brought you the production and co-commentary for today and done a fantastic job. And congratulations to his computer for holding up much better than it has done recently. That's been really nice. A big thank you to all of the drivers, everybody that's watched along. This is the GSRC saying goodbye for now.